and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, dark to light. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which.
Congratulations, Team Secret from Malaysia!
Vitality bakal menewaskan Fu.
Kemenangan Vitality.
Son, tidak kasih balik. Habis.
我觉得我们的队伍非常足够去跟别人对打。
不想对到老干爹吧，跟 TS， 感觉这两个队，以我们目前的状态打不过。
我觉得每个都想打一下，都想试一下，我看看哪个队伍想验一下他们的水平。
我相信我队伍跟教练们根本是没有在害怕的。
Yeah, we're very confident that we can bring the trophy on this tournament.
Kristal menjadi sasaran.
Kemenangan untuk pasukan Noob.
O sentimento agora de felicidade, que a gente meio que chocou pessoas que acharam que a G ia ganhar, então acho que a gente vem assim, eu me sinto bem feliz com isso.
Obviously, it was a very tough journey. We have very low time to adapt to, so obviously it's just a honor and a pleasure to know that all our effort has been worth it.
不认识，一个都不认识，所以说没什么道理怕，知道吗？干就完了，别让我拿到我的绝活，不然有你们好受的。
Então o recado que eu deixo pro próximo adversário aí é que é bom se preparar, porque a gente não vai ter piedade de ninguém aqui.
给他们准备个 surprise。
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but
I'm born
me!
this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them to please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-to-the-E-R-O, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I rose again. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our peers, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, get me fast. Walk high, calling out for the game. There's no high, won't you yell out my name when I sing a song for you? Where I belong.
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
Down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now.
When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on Show Enemy Avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA, featuring intense and fair team-based battles, high-end graphics, a deep roster of diverse heroes, and a variety of gameplay modes, all combining to offer players an innovative mobile gaming experience.
One of our main goals is to develop Honor of Kings for a global audience. To achieve this, we continue to add localized content to the game, such as collaborating with popular franchises to bring new regionally inspired heroes, skins, in-game events, and more to our worldwide community.
While we are members of the development team, we are also gamers, meaning we want games that foster fair, competitive environment and reward players based on their skill. This is also our North Star when it comes to developing Honor of Kings, ensuring that the game's mechanics, heroes, equipment, and more are well balanced. The game has been designed from the ground up with a mindset that all elements that affect gameplay can be earned through effort and time spent, such as hero unlock and the Kena system. This core tenet ensures that Honor of Kings remains fair, competitive, and most of all, fun.
In addition to accessibility, we believe that a good PvP game needs to maintain friendly and fair matchmaking for players of all skill levels. This is why our team focuses on both game balance and matchmaking optimization. In fact, we review the community's gameplay data every 2 weeks to help us determine how best to balance the hero roster's skills and stats. It's like adjusting a precision clock to make sure everyone experiences the competitive fun of each match.
Maintaining a safe, competitive environment makes for a healthier Honor of Kings community, where players can meet friendly teammates and respectful opponents in every session. Our team is passionate about ensuring that players can cooperate effectively in each battle. With a feature like map lane pre-selection, a reward system for positive play, the ability to report bad actor mid-match, and an easy-to-use Conwheel interface, all designed to foster safe, cooperative matches based on good sportsmanship.
We also want Honor of Kings to be a platform where players from all over the world can realize their dreams of high-level competitive gameplay. Alliances, leaderboards, and other social features allow our challengers to meet like-minded friends and show off their skills. Meanwhile, our partner program and its incentives allow content creators to stand out and become rising stars in Honor of Kings. The esports ecosystem provides a global stage for all professional esports players to compete. These systems combine to form the game's ecosystem, building a stage for players from all over the world to shine. This is what Honor of Kings means to us.
We look forward to meeting you in Heroes Dark
as we come together as one strong, competitive, and awesome community.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that...
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight.
Fight, are you looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead.
Well, confident by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking down the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2 Knockout Stage. I'm your host Choo Choo, and today we'll start off by congratulating our top 8 teams for qualifying to the upcoming Esports World Cup in Riyadh. And today we would like to present a token of the qualification to these 8 teams. Starting off first with the first team from the Group A, Vivo Quistos from Brazil. Congratulations. Next up, from Group A, we have Team Vitality from France. Congratulations. From Group B, we have Loops from Brazil. Congratulations. The second team from Group B, AG Global from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. Coming from Group C, Team Secret from Malaysia. Congratulations. Another team from Group C, Kagendra from Indonesia. Congratulations. From Group D, we have LGD Gaming from Malaysia. Congratulations. And last but not least, from Group D, IMP.XiaoLin from Myanmar. Congratulations. Now, I would like to invite all 8 teams representative to come to the center of the stage for the photo op. Congratulations once again to our top 8 teams for qualifying to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. May the best team win and thank you. Now that we are done with our segment here, let me hand it over to our casters to start the first series of our knockout stage today. Casters, take it away.
Hello and welcome to day 1 of the knockout stage of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitationals. My name is Holler and with me is Xero. First up, we got Team Secret, Team Vitality. Xero, what are your thoughts going into this first match?
I mean, we've got right now the top 8 teams in the entire world after some grueling group stage matches, and you know, Team Secret hometown fans, of course, there's plenty of fans that's actually watching them on in the venue itself. So you know, they're gonna have that. They're gonna have that on their shoulders. They're gonna be able to perform better, or in some teams' cases, much worse. But of course, they will be playing on the Infinix GT20 Pro, which is definitely going to be elevating their gameplay because it allows you to experience esports level gaming with, like all the professional gamers here at the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitationals are. If you'd like to find out more about this phone, you can check it out at the Infinix official website.
Yeah, and all of these players, of course, the top 8 made it to the knockout stage, of course, and all of them have qualified for the EWC. This is, of course, the Esports World Cup. Congratulations to them. They're going to be going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to hopefully make some more waves in the Honor of Kings game. I mean, there's so much at stake right now. Even proceeding on to this tournament,
Absolutely.
There's, I think, close to 300,000 in terms of prize pool. There's a lot of going on, but let's talk a little bit more about this matchup here. We have, of course, Team Secret going up against Team Vitality. You talked about the fact that Team Secret is the local squad. Is there going to be maybe potentially a little bit more pressure on them, Xero?
Yeah, these are very young kids, right? LGD has a very youngish roster. They're not the youngest in the entire tournament, but they have a very young roster. And for players, for these players who might not have that much of a stage experience, it does tend to become a factor in how they're performing. But you know, for those veterans who, especially for teams who live off the crowd atmosphere, who live off the energy of their supporters, that's where that's why some teams are so strong in LAN events. It's just because they can feed off the energy that everybody's giving off in the arena. And you know, for LGD, they might be in a more disadvantageous position just because, you know, they're not that familiar, or they do not have that much LAN experience. But hey, they all have to start somewhere. And for on the other hand, it's for their opponents, for Team Vitality, they are a newish roster as well, but they will feel less of that pressure just because, hey, we're not in our country, nobody here knows us, and they can just play without a word.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it's getting to the point where these are the teams that have qualified. I mean, do you kind of show all your strats, or do you maybe look to just kind of save them maybe for the EWC? Like, what is your thought process going into this one, especially since it's a best of 5? If you get eliminated, you're out of this tournament. So are you going to play this one to the full tilt level that you can get to, or is it going to be more of one of those things where you kind of maybe we take it a little bit easy today, huh?
I think, you know, we're out of the group stages. These players, it is a single elimination tournament. They don't have any more lives to play with. So definitely no one should be trying to pull their punches, trying to hide strategies. Maybe for the first game, you don't go all out. But as the tournament continues to go on, that's where you want to show the world the best. Because, you know, everybody's going to adapt eventually. And better to find out now what you just want to make sure that, you know, you get to learn what your composition or what your strategy is weak against as well, because better to find out here than to find out at EWC, because that's a much bigger prize.
Yes, for sure, for sure. And of course, if we're gonna see about some of the like how they got here, right? Like Team Secret, of course. Okay, let's actually talk a little bit about the ranking system. Of course, this is where, you know, in Honor Kings, everybody's starting out at the bottom. They're kind of making their way up. I know that there's been a huge push, at least amongst my own friends, just trying to get there. So we're just grouping up as 5 and just trying to make, you know, just dominating in that sense. But, you know, okay, Team Secret here, they were undefeated, right? They went 2-0 against Kagendra and Isiris. But they're going up against Team Vitality, which is, of course, the second place of Group A. If we're looking at this one, of course, it's going to be in the bottom part, the Team Secret versus Vitality. But the winner of this one will play Vivo Kid Stars, which Team Vitality lost to, and Kagendra, which Team Secret actually beat. This is kind of an interesting one in that bottom bracket, no?
Yep, definitely. Team Secret arguably had the slightly easier bracket. I mean, if you're in a slightly easier group, if you're not grouped with the defending champions, that's going to be a good group. And, you know, Team Secret also had to play one less series because they were in a 3-team group. So that it goes both ways as well. You know, having less to show, you have to show less of your strategy, but also get less play time. So definitely, you know, coming second in the group with VKS, that's definitely not a bad result whatsoever.
Yeah, but the thing is that you're up. Yeah, you got second place in the groups, and now you have to play Team Secret, which you're talking about. They didn't play in as many games. A lot of things are kind of hidden, right? Their stats are so inflated because they won 2-0. I mean, they almost have like 100% win rate with almost all of their games. But here is going to be the schedule for today. Of course, the first matchup is going to be Team Secret versus Team Vitality. And the second one of the day is going to be Loops versus Impunity Esports, the Myanmar squad, which are making waves. But are they strong enough to take out the Brazilian squad in Loops? We're going to find out in that second match.
Yeah, the clash of regions is always very interesting to see different metas, different sort of strategies, different hero pools even come into play. So I always like having, you know, these cross-region matches, because they will not have a lot of opportunities to practice with each other, or even to have to compete against each other. So this first matchup, this entire top 8, they all are very interesting matchups, and today is without any difference at all.
Yeah, and I love the fact that it's diverse, right? In the sense of just like going into this one, who really is the best region? We're gonna have to find out. I think that, you know, I mean, Brazil, they have 2 squads in this one, and also Malaysia, they have two crazy strong teams with their shortest game of like LGD's was like 7 minutes and something 7 minutes 40 seconds, something like that. It was actually crazy where they just completely dominated. But the thing is that they didn't get a whole lot of reps.
Yep, exactly.
Right? Yeah, they might be playing on, you know, on the practice side, and they're probably doing it, you know, completely outside of this tournament, but they haven't shown much in this tournament yet. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Zero?
It's a good thing for themselves because they don't have to show too much of their strategy. Obviously, every team coming into this tournament will have already put in their work beforehand, and you don't really want to overdo things. It is a very common thing where you try and practice again and again, and when the day comes where you need to perform, then you just get burnt out, or you don't feel at your best. So teams have to balance getting the practice in and getting enough rest as well, and having to play less in the groups also means that you have to show less of your strategy. So I think in this situation, Team Secret being the more unknown team for a lot of their opponents, and now they show less of their strategy, that's going to be good for Team Secret.
Yeah, okay. You talk about them playing less or whatever, but I'm pretty sure these guys are still playing their ranked games.
Absolutely.
It's not an issue. I mean, these guys are absolute monsters, and they've invested so many hours and time. It's just a matter of the strategy and just kind of going into the game and playing to that level, that high tier level that we've kind of seen throughout this tournament. And I'm expecting to see even more of that because, again, both of these squads are very, very strong. I think that, yeah, Team Vitality came in second place, and you're kind of like, there's some question marks now. But that might have open some doors. Is Team Secret now, are they able to just find some of those gaps and figure out how to take them out? Again, it's going to be super interesting. I think this first matchup is going to have a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, absolutely. The hero pools are very diverse as well across both these teams. They've been able to showcase mastery on different sort of compositions and even different sort of play styles. So having this as an opening match, it is anybody's game. I feel like it could go all the way to game 5. So definitely looking forward for this match to start.
Okay, now going into this first one, Team Secret, Team Vitality, do you have a favorite?
Well, I mean, you're asking a Malaysian if he has a.
I know. I just want to
between...
I just want to know. Let's call it out. Let's clear the air, so to speak. Zero. I mean, is it going to be Team Secret?
Yeah, it's going to be Team Secret. I've been following Long and TNX ever since their start in their competitive careers. So it's great to see them, making it this far in a very reputable organization and now playing in one of the biggest tournaments of their lives. I really want them to do well. And of course, for the all the Malaysian fans watching out there, they would want someone to cheer in the finals.
Yeah, and it's going to be super interesting, right? I think it's great to have. I mean, I wish I had a local team or a team that I can get can kind of cheer for. I kind of am neutral throughout. That said, I think that Impunity Squad from Myanmar had kind of earned my heart, so to speak. I think they played really well in the group stage, so it's going to be super interesting in that second matchup. But again, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I think Team Vitality is the team to look out for. I think that this is going to be probably the one that goes the distance, I would say.
Yeah.
Like in a best of 5, we're probably going to see at least 4 or 5 games, right?
Yep, I think so. Definitely. These two teams, it feels like, at least on paper, they haven't faced against each other on any official matches before. But from what I've seen in their performance, they definitely look like they are very evenly matched. So it's going to come down to decisions made on the fly, their drafts, their strategies, the plays they make in the game itself to decide who the victor is.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting seeing what they do. But again, you look at, Team Vitality is going to do the VOD replays of all of the games that Team Secret have. And it's just like them dominating, them having 100% win rate with all their drafts. You're kind of like, okay, who do we ban out? How do we play against this team? This team is just on fire, right?
Yep, absolutely. They are. I mean, there are some obvious ones, especially if you have less practice reps against that composition. As Team Secret has put out the Fuzi and Da Chao combination twice in the group stages already, and those games, Team Secret had absolutely answers to everything that their opponents could bring up. So we might see the Da Chao just being banned out against Team Secret because they've been the ones that has been really utilizing that strategy to the best, and especially if you don't have a lot of practice against that composition, that's something you definitely want to look out for. But this will be the first contender, the homeboys from Malaysia. It is going to be Team Secret, and yeah, one of the youngest rosters in this entire tournament. Plenty of experience internationally as well, representing Malaysia in international tournaments. For Long and TNX, so they definitely have that international exposure and experience.
Yeah, and, good-looking squad. I mean, they're coming in, they're ready to kind of just make their name known. They're walking out here doing it in style. They understand how much pressure is at stake. Starting off the knockout stage in front of your home crowd, getting that level of, hey, can we get to that, can we take this team out? Team Vitality is going to be a formidable foe. I would say, not to say that it would be a disaster if they lost, but it would definitely be heartbreaking. But we're going to go into the next one, and this is, of course, it's going to be from Western Europe. It's going to be Team Vitality. We see Nighty here. We see Shanks. We see Highland, a great mid laner. He making a lot of plays. Yash on the farm lane, as well as CT Boy, who's been the roamer, right? And Benji, of course. We saw him sign his name. He had a bit of a star, and he's been making plays like a star. So Team Vitality, this is going to be a super interesting one.
Absolutely. Of course, Blam, another one of our casters, a favorite team as well. He's rooting for them. Obviously, he's biased in his selection, but hey, everybody is looking for someone they're rooting for, and you can't go wrong with one of these teams from the top 8, because honestly, it's very close at the top between all of these teams, and it's going to be interesting to see what makes the difference between the champions and the losers.
Okay. Whoa, losers coming out strong with that one. But jokes aside, Xero. Okay, you're probably your favorite in this race, so to speak, is going to be Secret, obviously. But in terms of prediction, what do you think it's going to be in terms of games, right?
Yeah, I think this is going game at least, like you said earlier. I definitely agree. It's going at least 4 games. We might see a 5th if we're lucky, and then we get to see a lot more diverse compositions. But who opens up the series with a win? That's a lot harder to tell. We have to see, what sort of draft they come into play. Is the Dacia going to get taken out there from the Vitality? Is Vitality able to play their cookie cutter strategy, or does Team Secret have an answer to that? That's all going to be questions that needs answers during the draft phase.
Okay, well, it looks like it's going to be Team Secret, Xuan, TNX, Lung, Sun, and of course, Yuhan representing Team Secret. But I was kind of thinking more on the lines of like predictions as of 3-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Okay.
Oh, but first the lineup.
Yep, Team Vitality, their opponents in the first round, in this round of 8, 90 in the clash, Shanks in the jungle, Highland in the mid. We have CT Boy playing the marksman, and Benji on the roam. And yeah, like it's like 3-1, but I expect myself to be wrong even when I say that, because Team Vitality definitely has what it takes to force this to game number 5. But I think ultimately it will be a Team Secret victory.
Okay. All right, you heard it here first. Xero with the call out. I mean, some of the stats, again, heavily favored in front of Team Secret just because they played very, very well, right? In terms of kills, they've gotten quite a number of them. And average kills of 14.3, that is actually pretty crazy per game by Team Secret, just absolutely dominating their opponents. I mean, the other one that kind of sticks out, of course, the average DPM, the damage is quite high, and the first blood rate, that is as to be expected, 50%. Team Secret really kind of not having enough games to really make a dent in that department, at least.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, you have to remember Team Secret also played some of the shortest games in the group stage as well. So having this high amount of average kills, and you compare that with the actual time being played, that goes to show how aggressive Team Secret can play, how fast their movements are across the map. So it's going to be interesting. Team Vitality has been one to show that they favor the mid-game sort of composition. They like to play after getting some farm, after getting some objectives across the map. So if they're able to withstand the early aggression coming from Team Secret, I think Vitality has a very good shot in taking games. If not, they're just going to crumble in the early game aggression that Team Secret has been able to pull out.
Yeah, and we kind of saw some of those weaknesses that you're talking about, right? With that early game, Team Vitality looked a little shaky against Vivo Key Stars, who were kind of dominant from front to end. But it's one of those times where, again, they've had a day off yesterday, and I'm sure the team kind of regrouped. They're not in a terrible spot. Second place is still great in getting into that top 8. They've already secured their spot into the EWC, so it's a matter of just fine-tuning at this point. I mean, they've gotten, their strategy has worked, got them here, so they just need to continue on with that. So I do expect Team Vitality to be a little bit stronger, making some waves, making some more maybe potential jungle invades to kind of just shake things up a bit. But again, we're getting ready. The players are kind of getting queued up with their Infinix GT20 Pros. All of them amazing phones to kind of just play into this next matchup here.
Absolutely, and we start off the draft spicy. The Da Qiao ban as expected from Vitality, though they do not want to face against that. While Team Secret goes for the more standard bans in this tournament so far, at least. Arlie, the highest ban and picked marksman in the current roster in this tournament as well. And of course, Heino banned out there by Team Secret as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Secret are going to first pick the Dahlia. We've seen a rise of this. It wasn't so much in the first couple of days, but the Dahlia has really picked up a lot of steam in group stage days 3 and 4. It's going to be picked up for both sides. Just a lot of potential in terms of the supporting role, the healing. Like, you have a lot of things that you can do with it. So it's a nice pickup here, but the Team Vitality, their counter picks, you want to walk me through some of those, Zero?
Yeah, they pick up the Kaiser. They're trying to steal away the one of the combinations that you can play with the Dahlia is having that Kaiser. Having 2 ultimates always makes it very strong. And a lane, very strong. One of the strongest Clash laner heroes in the pool right now. Vitality, they are going to show their hand early, of course. Having their mid Clash as well as the jungle already picked in the first 3. And, Vitality has been the only team to win with the Shangguan so far. So definitely a hero that Hylan is very comfortable with. Definitely a hero that he can play very well. It's just not a fantastic sort of utility mage at the moment, but it brings other users to the table, and Vitality seems to really like having that hero in their roster.
Yeah, crazy actually. Shangguan's been picked 6 times. It has a 17% win rate. I think Team Vitality was the only one that has actually had some level of success with it. But okay, on the other side, Team Secret, DRenGe and then Lady Zhen, both of these are very meta picks, right? DRenGe was top 4. It's the number 4 pick in the entire league, as well as Lady Zhen, which is the number 1 pick. It's been picked a monstrous 19 times and has a 79% win rate. This is like an auto win, no?
It's just so much utility that the Lady Zhen can bring onto the table. You've got magic damage, you've got nuke, you've got crowd control, you've got knockback. She just does it all. Very similar to what a Princess Frost can do, but in this tournament, we've seen the rise of Lady Zhen, and Princess Frost kind of has fallen off the board a little bit. People have not really been picking her up a lot, but Lady Zhen, after the rework, has been a really solid, really strong mid laner that you can pick into any sort of lineup, and it will make sense. And of course, when you pair it with the Dahlia, then you have 2 ultimates, which creates so much havoc in those fights that it can be very, very suppressive.
Yeah,
now, Team Secret, all they need is their jungle and their Clash, and they definitely need 2 tanks here. 1 semi-tank and a Clash tank. They do ban out the Lianpo themselves, which is interesting because it feels like they would have loved having the Lianpo there, but it looks like they go for 2 fighters here. They've got the Mayin as well as the Jing.
Yeah, the Mayin and the Jing. The Mayin provides so much, right? I think if we're talking about Xuan here, he has a 100% win rate, obviously, with only 4 games played, but nonetheless, he's quite able on this Mayin here. You're going to see a lot of disruptiveness and just kind of action. They're going to basically force the action on you, right? And so Team Vitality here picked up the Zarya. Nice little synergy with Marco Polo. So I kind of like that pick to just round out their draft.
Yeah, also helps a lot with Kaiser being able to survive longer when he pops the ultimate. Also with Shangguan as well. It enables so many of these heroes from the side of Vitality to be able to play more aggressive and be able to survive much better. It does not solve the problem of less teamfight potential in their lineup. They really only have the lane that provides more teamfight control and damage. But hey, who needs more control when you can just really burst people down from a far range? You've got the Shangguan, you've got the Marco Polo, and you can just play in a very fast in and out style if they wish to. So,
okay,
we're gonna go with games draft.
Yeah, first match, first game. We know the lineups, we know the players. Who do you give the edge to?
I like, personally, even if you cover both teams' names right now, I would still prefer Team Secret's draft. It seems to have a little bit more coverage in every single aspect of the game that you need to win the game. You've got support, you've got frontline, you've got damage, you've got control, and you've got teamfight. You've got teamfight everywhere with the Dahlia and the Lady Zhen. But Vitality, they have a lot less teamfight, and in the late game stages, team fights are almost everything.
Okay, it's funny that you say that because you're like, oh yeah, we just cover out the player names and then I'm still going to give the edge to Team Secret. But I think that what we didn't do is cover that Malaysian flag. And I think that the bias is showing at this point, Zero. No?
No, absolutely without bias.
No? Are you sure? Okay. All right. Nonetheless, we're into this one. It's going to be, of course, the first matchup. This is going to be game 1. This is the knockout stage. Loser goes home. It's going to be a best of 5. This is going to be starting off very, very strong on this one. So it's going to be fireworks from minute 1, I believe. But which lane is probably the most volatile, Zero?
It's going to be very passive across all of these lanes. You know, you've got the DRNJ and the Dolia, not really kill combinations, Marco Polo area as well. Meanwhile, the Kaiser isn't a hero that wants to roam a lot in the early stages of the game as well. Neither is the Jing, so the laning stages are going to be a lot more passive, even on both sides. Most of the action will probably be in this top lane, where a lane really wants to be asserting his dominance in the lane. But other than that, other than, you know, 3-man rotations towards the top lane to maybe slow down the main or slow down the lane, we're not going to see too much action in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Okay, all right. Now I'm a little disappointed by that. I thought it'd be a little bit more. But I mean, okay. Which lane, though, has to have the highest... Oh, the meteor kill. A little bit off the mark. Xuen, actually, whatever's back to safety. And if we're looking in the top lane, I mean, Team Vitality seem to be kind of prioritizing this top one here, as it looks like they've got the level difference. They've got the lanes that are pushing. I mean, is this the right lane for you? Well, the Invincible Warrior, going into this one. Xuan taking a lot of damage, but he's going to back off. He will be fine, though.
Yeah, that clash lane is definitely where you want to put pressure, especially if you're Vitality. You want to stop the Mei getting to the mid lane, the mid game very comfortably, and that's why you see the Jing helping the Mei out so early on. She wasn't really fully focusing on farming. She was providing backup to her team, knowing that, hey, I just need to get this Mei to the 12-minute mark, and she's going to carry the game for me. So good read from both sides. And it ended up really just being a trade of HP, and nobody's going home wounded.
Okay. All right. Now from Team Secret side, which of the players needs to really pop off? Really needs to control this game and just kind of take over?
It definitely has to fall into the hands of the Jing and TNX and Long having to play together. They have been playing together for the longest of time in different rosters as well, so they definitely have that synergy with each other. They have to make their rotations with each other to get things done across the map. So for Team Secret side, definitely look out for how Long and TNX is moving across the map.
Okay, all right, let's reverse it. Let's talk Team Vitality then. Which of the players here needs to have the best game ever to take this game 1?
That's definitely, it has to be Hylan on a Shangguan. Shangguan early game, if you snowball, the game's over right there and there. If you get a Shangguan 3 kills in 8 minutes, you know that you're in for a rough time. But if they're able to punish the Shangguan every time she goes for an aggressive tower dive or an aggressive kill, then you know this hero really does fall off. He doesn't provide a lot if you're playing her from behind. And you know, Hylan has had some good game, has had at least one good game on that hero, and that hero is not easy to play at all. So he definitely has, he knows that hero in and out. So it depends on how Team Secret is going to be able to shut her down.
Yeah. There's a huge skill cap on this one. The dash forward by TNX has shown in the mid lane, but it does have a bit of a level advantage. I mean, level 7 versus, okay, CT Boy just hit level 7 in return, so they'll just look to continue to push. But as you said, really not a whole lot of action in the first 4 minutes. It looks like the Tyrant is going to be started here. This is going to be scouted out.
So
the Ode is going to connect, and TNX will take the Tyrant, and that was very quick.
Yeah, 4 hero rotation downwards. Jing even had to use the ultimate to make sure that they are able to secure the first one. They got it very fast, and that's going to mean that it's just going to be a more passive gameplay after picking up that Tyrant. But Team Secret takes a slight lead for now in terms of the objectives across the map, but not by much. And here comes Hylan going for a kill on towards Long. The damage, that was what exactly we're looking for. Hylan trying to get that 3 kills in 8 minutes. He gets it off in a good start, getting a kill on towards Long.
Okay, but Benji, the support with the Verdant Protector, actually stole the kill. Your thoughts on that one? Do you kind of, slap the hand of Benji at this point for stealing kills, huh?
Well, it is a Yaria. You can't really... we talked about Hylan needing to get some kills, but she gets killed. She gets killed herself in towards the mid lane. Jing going in, getting a quick kill. Oh, CT Boy gets a nice kill on towards Xuan as well in the top.
The
lane, so
roaming
that's
gun.
gonna be huge.
The Fevered Barrage is doing some work. Xian actually flashes away. He is going to be the Death at Sunset. Connects on onto the 3. Does the meteor kill, and he does knock him up, but not enough damage. And TNX will limp away, but he will survive.
That was close for the side of Team Secret. They did not expect the rotation coming in from 90, and that was a good call from 90 as well, making that teleport towards mid and walk towards down, towards the bottom lanes, seeing that CT Boy has already top lane locked in and already pushed up. The tier 1 tower will fall for the top, so Vitality, they move their clash, but they don't lose too much farm on the Kaiser, and they managed to get the first tower of the game as well. That's going to bode well for them heading towards the mid game.
No, very good, right by Team Vitality right there. I think forcing it out. I mean, yeah, the Tyrant was taken or whatever, but you got more of the kills, and of course, taking that top T1 is super important. You've just kind of created some space. But you know, one thing though would have been nice to have that Tyrant buff on to Shanks with the Marco Polo. I think the damage really accelerates at that point. But unfortunately, you got to just pick your battle, so to speak. And I think Team Secret came on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta, you gotta fight where you think you can win, and Vitality was also very patient. They didn't really try to force too many engagements, but mid lane, Elaine trying to go for 2 of their heroes. It seems like Jing might be in trouble. TNX trying to get out of there with the fancy footwork, trying to heal back up as well. Very low, 1 more hit, and Marco Polo gets the kill. Might be going for more as well. That might be the death. No, barely surviving is Xuan, and that means the tier 1 tower in the mid is in trouble as well. Vitality off to a hot start, getting 2 towers so early on. That also means that the jungle is in such a it's going to be such a dangerous position for Team Secret to traverse into.
Yeah, and Team Vitality really showing how to probably just take out objectives. It started with, 90 kind of going in and, attacking TNX and Sun. But in the top lane, 90 has been killed. You compliment him, and then he just goes down. So I guess that one's on me. My bad.
Caster's curse, it happens sometime. Oh, he walks, looks like the Shangguan walks into a ambush, but Highland was able to get out of there safely. So they did manage to get the tier 1 bottom tower as well, so Vitality is going to be very happy with that, not losing any members, but mid lane might be where Team Secret wants to make a stand.
They're going to make a stand. I mean, the lane is pushing here. CT Boy still up in front. Of course, Shanks getting a lot of farm. Level advantage over Soon, something to take note of, right? I mean, Soon had died, so he does need to play a little bit of catch-up, but Shanks having that Benji just kind of, basically just protecting you at all points, it just makes things a lot easier. But in the top lane, something to take note of, Team Secret, again, trying to make a rotation, trying to force it out. Maybe you take this Crimson Cone. They will take this one. They do have the image, but on the backside, it looks like they've got 90. 90 actually went in too deep, tried to go 1 versus 5, not able to do it. He's going to be killed, and it looks like they're going to back off here. They have the finishing stroke trying to go in, but it looks like Highland is going to be the first to fall in that one, and Soon will die in return, so it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, you never want that Shangguan to go in without any sort of backup. That means that all the damage will be focused on her, and she's not the tankiest of mages. In fact, most of the mages are probably very tanky as well. So 2-for-1 trade, ultimately, you still got the marksman from the side of Team Secret. Highland not gonna feel too happy about dying, but hey, at least he got something back, and that also puts them in a good position to fight for the next upcoming objectives.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take it at this point, right? I think it's still very early, just trying to get a little bit more farm onto, of course, Team Secret at this point. But now the Tyrant, this is going to be started here. It is going to be spotted out by Xuan. They will pull out the Tyrant here at half-life, something to take note of. Are they going to go in? And CT Boy will secure it, takes it down, and they really need that. But the Death at Sunset was committed, as well as the images, and I think they're going to disengage at this point.
A little too late for Team Secret to rotate most of the members in, and CT Boy held on to the smite very well, not allowing any opportunity. Oh, but bottom lane, Kaiser in trouble.
Oh, but the Invincible War keeps CT Boy alive. Again, Team Secret not able to capitalize, not able to get any kills off of that one. So that's pretty much the end of that.
Just gonna go down to a little more macro play, as most of these players are getting their next tier of items, getting towards that next power spike. We do see the Shangguan building more defensive. She's building more lifesteal, building more HP, trying to keep herself alive for a long time, not going for the full burst sort of item build that we do see the Shangguan go for sometimes. So he's playing more for a team, being the front line, opening up vision, going for snipes towards the back line, and also getting out in time.
Yeah, and they definitely need to do that. But Team Vitality forcing it out. They want to get as many tyrants as possible. They're all the way in the front. Nighty's going to scout him out. Death and Sunset sees him. Does connect onto 3. They've already gotten the tyrant. They've got the knock-up as well. And they're trying to kill Zijuan. But he's going to actually run off here. The Fever Barrage, but he went in too deep. And Shanks, oh, he was looking for the Verdant Protector. And Benji was not there to help support. And it looks like Benji is cheating on him as he's gone on to somebody onto Highland instead. And Shanks is going to be like, bro, come on, keep me alive.
Yeah, he had absolute faith in his teammates, but that was still a little bit too deep, even with Benji supporting him. So have to pay this life, and also the first Shadow Bank, Shadow Overlord going towards the way of Team Secret. That's going to give them a bit more push. But oh, this is a dangerous fight here for Vitality. They don't have the members.
They don't have the members, but Nighty continue to stand forward. He's taking a lot of damage. He does have the Meteor kill. He's doing some damage, but he's going to fall, and Soon will just happily take him up. But Benji does get Soon in return, so they've gotten something. That's a pretty decent trade. The farm lane for the Clash laner?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vitality will be okay with that trade. Obviously, a lane is very strong in the late game, and you kind of want him to scale very well to late game as well. But you know, if you have to choose someone to fall, that's probably Benji first and 90 second would be the players that you'll be happy losing for a trade of their marksman. So Vitality still coming up ahead in that trade.
Yeah, I think Benji would disagree with your order of people dying, but no, as a team, totally makes sense, and that's actually what you want. But it's one of those things where, you know, the Zarya is kind of like you're hidden behind other ones so that you're really not that frontliner that's going to die first, usually. So if Benji, you know, I mean, obviously he needs to hit the right heroes, right teammates with that Verdant Protector, keep him alive. And I think that you really want to prioritize Shanks more than anybody else.
Absolutely. You give him the extra EHP, the extra move speed and stun as well, so that's always going to be very important, especially for, you know, heroes like the Shangguan, like the Kaiser, like the Marco Polo, who always goes in deep to deal damage. And you need that a little bit more to survive, and we might see Benji being the difference maker between, you know, these heroes dying or not.
Oh, but Shanks sees TNX. He's going to image away. He's got the mirror. He steps away. The Resplendent Revolver is a little off the mark. The Invincible Warrior is going to be committed as well, but they're on the chase, and they're really not able to find anything. They have the knockup from the whatever from the Zhuan, but it looks like they're going to have to back off. They're in the zone. They're going to get out of the mirror domain. They've gotten Highland right where they want him. He's so low, but he finally gets killed. Zhuan does go in and gets the smash, and she gets serious, but the Resplendent Revolver onto Soon. And it looks like they're going to take that one kill, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, that was such a bad fight for Vitality. Half of their movement was blocked off by the Lady Zen ultimate. So that means that they were kind of split up, and you know, Highland was on the wrong side of the map and just got picked off there. That also allows Team Secret to start pushing towards this mid lane, but they should be able to stop the bleeding right there and then and stabilize the game from here.
Yeah, and through that all, while Team Secret is coming up on top, you're definitely feeling the momentum favoring in Team Secret right now. But net worth-wise, still behind. Team Vitality have done a great job of securing that farm, pushing it out, and understanding how to take over the map. But this is still a time where Team Vitality cannot rest on their laurels. They need to continue to push. They need to be aggressive and take as much of the enemy jungle as possible. But Team Secret are finding ways to get back in this game.
Yeah, I think even with this network difference, it's still a very comfortable position here for Team Secret. They definitely can scale towards the late game with the Delia, with the Jing and the Main as well. But you know, Vitality, they might want to ramp up the aggression, and they're gonna start that with this Tyrant.
Yeah, they're gonna start this one, and it looks like 2 members of Team Secret are already a little low. The Image is just doing some work, and CT Boy gets sliced and diced, and Juan will die in return. And it looks like Nighty's trying to draw a bead on TNX, not able to, or Yuhan, excuse me, and he will fall again. A favored trade for Team Secret, 2 versus 1, and they're gonna look to capitalize and turn this into a Tyrant.
Yeah, Jing played just so well, and I was able to get through the backline. Gets a kill onto his Benji as well, but that's gonna be the kill going towards the Delia. They get the Shadow Tyrant as well, and here Team Secret starts to take the reins of the game. TNX absolutely monster in those last 2 fights, and he's been really making things work here for Team Secret.
Yeah, and Benji was just like, hey, I listened to you, Cyril. I died first in that team fight. I did my job, right?
Right? No, not really.
Okay, not in this case. But now this T2 mid is going to be sieged here. Team Vitality, all they can do is really watch. But again, the net worth lead has shifted. TNX makes a beeline for this Overlord, and they're just going to take every single objective at this point.
Yeah, they still have the Primal Bond debuff on them, so they're gonna take a bit more damage, gonna take a bit more time to finish off this this Overlord, but the rotations are not gonna come in here from Vitality. So that's gonna be the Shadow Vanguards being pushing out the waves there for Team Secret as they take a almost 1,000 gold lead at this point in time, and 10x is already nearly fully slaughtered right now.
Yeah, and Team Secret, this is a very strong showing by them. Like, it's one of those things where when you see them in the group where they were in the lead almost in every single game and just like dominated, this is the time where, hey, we face some adversity and how do we bounce back? And Team Secret, understanding that the macro level of this play, of just getting themselves back in this game, of controlling it, getting as much farm as possible, and just choosing the right fights. And this net worth lead is completely shifted in favor of Team Secret.
Absolutely. They are so good in playing from behind, and they're usually saying, oh, Highland dropping down very low, has to pop the ultimate to get the hell out of dodge. Jing did use his mirrors as well, but not going to get too much out of that. So the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane will be cleaned up here, but CT Boy might be in some trouble. He's being knocked back. He pops his ultimate, trying to back off. Ladies and ultimate perfectly placed, but he's still very safe for now. Can he back off in time? Dropping down very low, trying to go for the kill. Looks like they're not going to overcommit for that. Team Secret might be chased off though, but Jing with the ultimate, the damage, just dissuading Vitality from moving any forward, and they will, in return, after all that, get the bottom tier 3 tower.
What a great fight by Team Secret there. Just understanding that, like, hey, we don't have to fully commit for this, but we do need to make it very uncomfortable for Team Vitality, where they can't actually team fight. They actually had to hide under their own T3, and through that all, they were able to siege it, and they were to take it out. That's exactly what you want as Team Secret, where, hey, it's not about the kills, it's about the objectives and taking that out, and taking that bottom T3 at the 16-minute mark is actually a pretty sizable blow.
That was a very clean move there from Team Secret. They lost no one. They got the objective that they were looking for. They did send the Vanguard over there, and they got everything they wanted. But oh, IMP.XiaoLin going mano-a-mano against the Jing, has to pop the ultimate, but all on an island. He's gonna fall. 10x doing way too much damage at this point, and Vitality has to defend their base with 4 heroes left.
Okay, you know, City Boy is just like, hey, the skill name is called Invincible Warrior. Why am I not invincible against 5 guys? And he just dies right there. He just gets blown up against 5 people. Not going to happen here. And Team Secret, again, just finding another pickoff, making it very difficult for Team Vitality.
The saving grace right now is that Marco Polo is very, very farmed. He can deal a lot of damage from a very safe distance, and he can always go in and out as well. But speaking of in and out, there goes Shanks. He goes down, so does the Delia. Yaria, and they're gonna lose the tier 3 tower as well. This might be all over here for Vitality as Team Secret looks to strike first in the first game of the best of 5, and they will take down the Crystal and take the opening win in this series.
Yeah, Team Secret almost seemed like they were possessed. They were kind of angry, and they were just like, okay, we found the openings, we know how to do this, and we just close the game out. We know how to finish it when we have that lead, and it made it very uncomfortable for Team Vitality to kind of get themselves back in the game. I think Team Vitality was, they need to figure out a way when they have that lead to continue on with that lead and to push that advantage, instead of giving some sort of space for Team Secret to get themselves back in the game, and they were able to do that very easily almost.
Yep, absolutely. Team Secret knew how to drag, just play around the map, drag out the game a little bit more to reach their power spike. Like the Mei needs 12 minutes, the Jing needs a bit more time to get to her items as well. And we did see Vitality try to push the tempo, try to play a lot faster, but it just took one bad fight for really Vitality to, for Team Secret to turn things around. And Team Secret has been one of these teams that they can play very fast and very aggressive, but they also know how to play from behind as well.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to the draft here. I mean, Team Secret understanding the limits of each of the characters that they chose. I think there was a huge impact in terms of Lady Jun. I think you have to ban her, right? You cannot be playing against this, or even pick it yourself. Maybe you give yourself a chance, because just the amount of the Ocean of Tears, like the terrain blocking stuff, making things difficult, plus the destructive delusions just left and right. I mean, with the Dahlia combination is just too much, right? And they need to really look into that for game 2 in terms of this draft.
Yeah. This is why Lady Zen she is the most banned and most picked hero in this tournament so far. So you gotta put some really focus on it, especially if you're not a team that plays that hero. If sometimes you can just open up with a ban on the Lady Zen. And in 9 out of 10 times, that's going to be the correct decision, just because of how strong she is in the current meta.
Okay, well, going into this one, let's check out the items of that game. I think it's going to be the tail of the tape in the sense of just like how they've kind of picked it up, right? In terms of TNX having the most net worth, the Jing, like you just saw how much damage was done. This is my MVP. I mean, 8-1 and 4, like there's no one else, right? It has to be TNX, right?
I mean, that is almost, you know, you can't argue against numbers and stats. And I mean, TNX had an absolute crazy game. The mid game definitely was, he was just so dominant. He got multiple kills by himself, and just the farm alone. He's not building, you know, full glass cannon. He's building tanky, he's building defensive. He's also building the correct items against his opponents, and you know, he's just also a beast on the hero mechanically as well. So you put all of that in one player, he's going to be the MVP.
For sure. And he just showed up, right? I mean, like Loom was, you know, 8,000 net worth, had very little, but the 019, I mean, he didn't die very much. And you're kind of like, the mid laner, not really getting a whole lot of farm, but you don't really need it. You kind of, like, you could just kind of like shove it on. Like, you have so much control, your spells are good, that you don't really need as many items as, you know, again, like Zhuan or TNX and Sun kind of need. So it's one of those things where you can kind of limit yourself to do it so that for the sake of the team.
That's the power of Lady Zen, you know, that with no net worth, she can do almost the same thing as she would with 13,000. So take a look at the stats here. You see Lady Zen on top of the damage dealt for the team, and she doesn't even have full items yet. That's how crazy this hero actually is, and that's why, you know, you gotta really put some focus on it, on the graphics.
Yes, for sure. And I think that Team Vitality were like, hey, we have the Elaine, Nighty can just jump on her and get onto him. But Team Secret, the way that they were playing is that they were actually the initiators of all the fights. Team Vitality had to react to everything that was thrown at them. They really couldn't find the Loom to just kind of to jump on him and to kind of take him out. And Loom's positioning was flawless. I mean, look at this, the 25,000 damage taken, the lowest across the entire, you know, board, right? Like, it just speaks volumes about the fact that, you know, he can be doing the damage and he can do it from a safe spot.
Absolutely. It's absolutely crazy to see, you know, Team Secret just moving so well as a team together, knowing that, you know, Team Vitality, they have all these heroes that wants to jump towards the backlines, and all they need to really do is just play together as a team. They have the Dalia to provide the AoE heal. They have the better team fight with the Lady Zen as well, so why not utilize that and don't lose any members without getting at least something for yourself. And despite, you know, the lead that Vitality had in the early game, it wasn't much. It was 1,700, maybe 2,000 at most, but it was something that was still comfortable enough for Team Secret to say, hey, you know, we can just continue in our game plan and we will win the late game.
Yeah, and speaking of late game, Team Secret really pulling out on top. This is one of those things where, like, okay, if I'm going to use the student analogy here, where, you know, Team Secret showed up to class, they went to a couple pop quizzes, but then like the midterm came around and they failed, and they were like dipping down, and then they're like, oh crap, now we need to study, now we gotta just win it out in the end, and they did, and all on the back of TNX, of course, with his KDA of 8-1 and 4. That damage dealt was crazy too, is 100,000. But TNX really making a huge impression on the game, right? With the mirror domains.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's any argument against TNX being picked as the MVP here. Absolutely crazy performance from him. And, you know, you've got so many heroes that he can play. You know, Jing is one of the more popular ones. And, you know, do you want to take that out of his hands, or do you just want to play differently or draft differently against him?
Yeah, and we're going to have to see. I mean, we're going to go into the highlights here. This is going to be the TNX special, I would say. He's just going to get kills left and right. But if you see some of the attacks, like CT Boy going in 1 versus 5, Team Vitality was not there to help out. Nighty goes in as well. Then they're like, okay, we'll just focus on this. We'll just eat this free food, so to speak. It's a 5 versus 1. We're able to take him out. But they isolated very well in terms of the attacks. Like, yeah, he goes in, Shanks. He had a nice Fever Barrage. He was in the heart of the enemy team, but where was everyone else? Like, he doesn't want to be that focal point. He wants to be kind of like, let, you know, Elaine go in, let the CT Boy Kaiser go in, let them kind of attract attention, and then Shanks can kind of just clean up everyone else, right? He doesn't need to be going in first, and they seem to be not on the same page.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to bring up that point. It's like, is that, you know, you see this lineup from Vitality. They have 3 heroes, actually even 4 heroes that really want to jump towards the backlines, but they never seem to be doing that together as a team. And I definitely agree with that statement that, you know, it doesn't seem like they are taking these engagements together as a team. Feels like, you know, one player says, hey, let's go in, and then you have 3 other players and will be like, hey, let's be a bit more patient, wait for a better opportunity. So when you're playing something like a composition like this, trying to play aggressive, everybody needs to be doing the same thing, else it would just be like what we've seen in this, almost the entire highlight was just players dying by themselves.
Yeah. Okay, in a team fight, you want to get it so that you have a numbers advantage somewhere, right? There are different pockets of the fight that are going on at the same time. And if you're seeing what happened, if you isolate the large team fights, those fights are in favor of Team Secret almost every time, right? There'll be like a Nighty will be somewhere, he'll be fighting 1 versus 3, and then you trying to want to get numbers elsewhere. But those other 2 from Team Secret are staying alive, right? So it's like their positioning is good, understanding the coordination of who we need to blow up is just very, very well coordinated by Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret definitely looks like they are looking like the better team in terms of just playing together, not even by composition or draft. They're just they feel like they are doing everything. They have a hive mind, right? They are being controlled by one puppet master, but everybody knows their role. They know what they need to do, and it's been fantastic to see them play so well so far. But something else that's fantastic to see, that's already here. I've been playing some games on him as well. That's going to be the Yao. That's already released in the global server. It's now available to all. So definitely, if you like flashy heroes, if you like fighters yourselves, pick yourself up the Yao, and you're going to have some fun with it.
Yeah, definitely. And he's a lot of fun to play. I mean, I've only kind of just tested him out a little bit. I did get to play around with him a bit, and just the potential for outplay is just there, right? And I think the Shining Star living up to it, he's going to earn you a lot of stars. So definitely look to pick him up in the jungle, especially. So he's a lot of fun.
Yeah, very flashy skills. The movement's beautiful as well. True. So yeah, I can't wait for Yao to make his way to the competitive scene. Not in this patch, obviously. They are playing in the previous patch. You don't want to introduce new heroes in the middle of a tournament for sure. But in the next one, definitely we'll be seeing at least him make his debut in the competitive Honor of Kings circuit.
Definitely. And but we're still not over with this one. I think that was a very good, strong statement by Team Secret with that win. Now, if you happen to be Team Vitality, what do your coach, Xero, okay? Tell Team Vitality what they need to do better in this game. Other than be Malaysian.
So they need to shake off that last loss. You know, it is a best of 5. You gotta take one game at a time. Just not really forget the entire loss, but remember the good things, learn from the bad ones, and then just move on to the next game. It is a best of 5. It's not a global ban pick, so you still have everything to play for, and it is you know, just gotta put one foot ahead of the other and focus on the next draft. You gotta draft a bit better. I definitely feel like, you know, Team Secret had won in the draft in the previous game, so this game, you know, gotta start off from the beginning, get into the game with a good draft, and then move on from there.
Okay. Well, speaking of which, it looks like Team Vitality have stolen the same playbook, or at least the first pick of the Delia here. Looking to change things up. Team Secret, this is not just with everything seems to be reversed right now, with a lane being picked up by Team Secret, and of course with the Lady Jean just kind of rounding it out. You just got to go with the Lady Jean no matter what, right?
Yeah, it's just like, if it's not banned, definitely pick it up early. It seems to be the formula that has been working out for all of these teams. Vitality gets a very scary combination themselves. They got the Dolia Kaiser combination, and that was something that they didn't have in the previous game. They did have the Kaiser, but without the support of the Dolia. Probably as a block pick away from Team Secret, but this time they get the full combination themselves. It's going to be fun to watch, but the Team Secret seems like they are trying to make a point here. We can play your heroes, but better.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of disrespect more than anything else. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the Shangguan here, right? Team Vitality, we know that Highland can technically play him, and he did have that one really good game. But I think that when things get chaotic and difficult, especially going up against a Titan like Team Secret, where generally you want to play the probably the less mechanically difficult heroes, just to make your life a lot easier. Like, you can worry about the other things. You have so many other things to worry about now with like spell selection and all that, and like targeting and all that. But wouldn't it be better for Team Vitality to choose a hero that doesn't have a 14% win rate?
Absolutely. I mean, my ex-coach used to tell me, you know, when things get hard, just dumb it down. Pick the easiest things to play, and then focus on executing as a team instead of, you know, trying to play the hardest hero of the game. Sure, it's flashy, sure, it's fun, but, you know, now you're trying to take wins. Now you're trying to move on further in this tournament, and sometimes I completely agree with that. You have to dumb down the game for yourself, for your team, and pick something simple. A Princess Frost still left on the table. The Mai wasn't banned up to that point as well. So pick up these. Oh, it was banned already, but you know, pick up the Mai, pick up the Zhouyu, pick up even something simple to execute that your entire team knows how to play around and with, and just outplay your opponents from there.
Yeah, and I feel like Xiangguan, it can work. It's just that there's a lot of potential weaknesses, and I think that you need to shore it up, and the positioning is going to be just very, very important. And I'm not a huge fan of that pick here, but that said, the Fang here and the Mayin, both to kind of round out their draft with Team Vitality. Are they, would you say, tanky enough with the Mayin and the Kaiser kind of frontlining to really deal with this Team Secret, which has the Marco Polo, has the potential to do a lot of damage, but you only have the Zhang Fei in the front? Is this enough?
It feels like, again, like they are not drafting for team fights, is Vitality. They don't have much team fights in their lineup. Same with the first game. You know, this game you have to do Leah, slightly more team fight, but again, you got the Kaiser who kind of wants to just 1 versus 1 against the enemy, or just be the semi-tank for his team, but no one else to follow up with. There's almost no stuns on the entire lineup of Vitality, and you know, we've seen this happen in the first game where they couldn't take any fight just because of how oppressive the Ladies End ultimate was. And this game, you know, Team Secret still has the Ladies End. They have the Elaine to bolster up the team fight. They've got the Ada for the team fight, and the Zhang Fei as well, one of the best team fight supports in the game, in the hands of Team Secret. So they have all the team fight they need for the side of Team Secret, and we've seen them being able to drag out the game long enough for the team fights to really matter.
Yeah, and Team Vitality, just, they seem to have, okay, they want to be mobile, they want to be, you know, glass cannon-ish and just blow people up. But man, when those long, prolonged fights happen that Team Secret are really going to want, especially with that lineup, I feel like Team Vitality have to play this one perfectly. You make a single mistake and the game is pretty much over, because there's no way you catch up, especially against this lineup of Team Secret here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not with your heroes, not with Fang, not with the Xiangguan. Anytime you fall behind by 1,000 gold, you know that net worth is gonna double and triple, become more exponential as the game goes by without you getting multiple kills. So let's see if Vitality is able to make any adjustments in their gameplay, play a bit faster for game number 2, or will we see Team Secret go off to match point this early on?
Okay. Well, speaking of matches, this is going to be the first match of the day. Game 2, of course. Can Team Vitality bounce back? TNX, I think, actually got the steal. He's going to take that one out. And in the bottom lane, Soon and Shanks, Shanks just getting scurried away. But talk to me a little bit about this Zhang Fei here.
Yeah, Zhang Fei is a very strong team fight support. He doesn't provide a lot in the first few minutes of the game. He only really just shields, a little bit of knockback. But how most teams are playing the Zhang Fei is really as an aggressive support, invading the jungle with your own jungle. You know, just really starving out your opponent's jungle, giving tempo to your team, information as well. Because he's such a tanky and also mobile hero that, you know, he can really just go on his own into enemy territory and still feel safe enough that he knows that he's going to be able to back off.
Yeah, actually, I'm a roamer. I just spam Zhang Fei myself. Yeah, I just love the hero. I think that there's just so much potential outplay with him. He has a lot of mobility, and plus, you know, that ult just catches people off guard. You're like, hey, well, he's very low, and then all of a sudden he turns around and he just like kills you. And it's just an interesting hero, a great hero design, I would say. But, you know, of course, if we're talking about the junglers here from CT Boy and TNX, both of them having this smite here, being able to just kind of do a lot of damage to a monster, very important. And of course, you do have a bit of a stun with it, so the potential of a steal is going to be on pretty much the junglers here, and that's why it's so important for them.
Yeah, definitely, and that's also why we see, a lot of times the Zhangfei more often than not pick up the smite for this exact reason. You're gonna invade the jungle, you want to be fast, so you just double smite the mobs and get out. TNX dropping down very low though. He is almost dead. He does fall. HighLin gets the first kill. That's gonna bode well for the Shangguan because the recipe for success on this hero is 3 kills in 8 minutes, and in the previous game he sort of had it stolen from him, but looks like he's going for more. But for the side of TCT, they're able to back off.
Yeah, probably a little too aggressive. I mean, everybody, and they're like, hey, we stole it last time. CT Boy was just like, hey, he sounded the alarm, and he's just like, guys, I need help. And everybody came running to him. This is very different than my ranked games where I say help, and then nobody comes to me, and they probably disconnect on me. Very different side of this Honor of Kings. But okay, Team Secret here down just 1 kill, but they're up in terms of net worth. Is forcing CT Boy to kind of react to TNX's movements. No, but that's not it. Sorry, 90 looks like he's going to get slammed down by Xuan. He'll take this one.
99 to 90. But to go back to your point, for Kaiser, he doesn't really want to join fights early, so he's more than happy to have some downtime so that he can continue on his farm, get to his first 6,000 gold to make him a little bit tankier. But Shangguan in some danger. HighLin can use the ultimate to get out of there. Looks like he might be able to just in time. The Zhangfei ultimate knocks her even further back, so HighLin's going to be able to escape from all of that. Drops the second ultimate after the Dalia, refreshes it, so all is good in the world here for Vitality. They don't lose anything, and they got the Zhangfei ultimate to be used out of there. So that means there's no ultimate from the support in this bottom fight, and they might look to take one for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to try to take the Tyrant here, and it looks like they're going to take this one. TNX will secure yet another one. Again, using that smite, very important for him to do so. But I just want to kind of comment on Yuhan's, which is the Unbridled Outburst, where he pushed away HighLin. As a Zhangfei spammer myself, I have done that many a times. I feel like I am an Honor Pro player myself.
Mid lane, HighLin in trouble. Arthur will be able to finish him off. TNX off to a good start as well. Getting the kill, might be getting a second one. The block was not enough. Rotations from CT Boy coming in was a bit late because he was more focused on getting the Overlord. Not the most important objective this early on, but the goal is still go for them. But the trade-off was they lose their mid lane.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty sizable gap at this point, right? HighLin, again, you need to, what was it? The 3 kills at 8 minutes. We're already almost at the 5-minute mark, and I think he only has a single kill. He's definitely behind, and that's going to put him back even further. But look at this invade. Team Secret, not afraid. They're going to be super aggressive, trying to steal as much as possible. The Invincible Warrior has been committed. The Ghost Ship has been used just to kind of push him back and to dive him back. Now HighLin has to use the finishing stroke in defense, but he's stuck in the tower. Okay, in the cave, excuse me. But he dashes over the wall. He's gonna be fine. And it looks like Team Vitality are looking to just back off at this point.
HighLin has to thank his lucky stars that they did manage to pick up the Dalia for himself. Getting a second ultimate got him out in case they were continuing to chase. But still, a lot of utility being forced out here from Vitality. And Team Secret is still very healthy. They want to pressure this bottom tier 1 tower. Sun's already doing so much damage towards the Dalia, but no one else to back them up in this push, and they're gonna back off.
Yeah, and while TNX did have that death early, he's still a level above. Okay, CT Boy just hit level 9, so he's gonna catch up to him. And it looks like TNX gonna be pushed away with the Ode, but again, the TNX, his presence has been felt even in, obviously in game 1. You're definitely feeling it in game 2 as well. He's just putting a lot of pressure throughout all of the different lanes.
Yeah, he's playing this Arthur very well, knowing that he's strong early game, playing aggressive, opening up the jungle, looking for kills, and that's been able to keep Team Secret in the lead for now. But here comes TNX, trying to finish off 90. 90 able to back off and flash away to safety. A couple of common skills being utilized there, but no one is falling from that. Team Secret's gonna back off for now.
Back off, and Xuan will look to go for the meteor kill. He actually misses, and now he has to death at sunset just to keep himself alive, just to hide the shame of missing that meteor kill. But it looks like the Crimson Golem has been taken here. City Boy has used his Invisible Warrior. He's still up in front, and he's gonna get shot down by the Resplendent Revolver. But I think Team Secret will get away with this.
Yep, nothing that Vitality can really do. They don't have any stuns. They can't stop anyone from backing off. And again, the jungle has been constantly pressured by the side of Team Secret that, you know, CT Boy's suffering. He doesn't have his blue buff, he doesn't have his red buff at the moment. He's going to go for the blue buff right after this, which gives Team Secret an opening. They know that, you know, Kaiser's going to be in the jungle, so they can pressure bottom or even pressure mid while he tries and get that.
Okay, but the net worth lead is only about 1k. It's not the end of the world. Unbridled Outburst going to be committed here. TNX goes for the ghost ship, but he actually has to back away. The Blade Storm will zone everybody away. Now, Team Vitality down about 1k, and yet they're the only ones that have taken a tower in this game. Like, so they're still kind of in it, if you know what I mean?
Yep. 1,000 net worth lead at this point isn't insurmountable, isn't huge. It's half an item away from everyone else, but here a lane going towards the backline, trying to finish off Hyland. Hyland in some trouble. Can he pop the ultimate in time? Looks like he will not. He will fall. Xuan will be the one to pick up that kill, but have they overextended? No, they have not. CT Boy will fall as well, so it's a 3 versus 5 fight in towards the mid, and we might see Team Secret getting the first tower of their own themselves.
Okay, Xuan here just kind of flexing. I mean, playing really well, getting the back line, just cutting off the angle of retreat. And Hyland not able to finishing stroke away, but okay. Oh my gosh, he flashes away. Sun does have the shield from the Leaping Savior. Benji's on the other side. He's not going to go for this one, but that was actually pretty close for Sun.
Yeah, it was a close call. I mean, Team Secret has been invading this this Might Golem again and again. Has been able to get it every single time. Team Vitality tried to punish them for that move, but again, Team Secret able to get away with highway robbery, and that also allows Xuan to push out the top lane. Seeing 4 heroes in the bottom already, he knows that, hey, I can push out this top, not be in any danger whatsoever, and potentially get that top tier 1 tower.
Okay, looks like they're going to start the Overlord here. TNX will start this one. They do have the portal play from Zwan, who's going to be in the bottom lane. Will show. It looks like, oh, Hyland gets the steal. Okay, we'll take that.
That's good for the current situation of Vitality. They get to slow things down a little bit. Now they have additional damage from the buff, and they might look to take a fight over here. Everyone's still healthy. CT Boy got the blue buff, arguably the more important buff for the Kaiser, and they might try and get something to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit more of those. Just a couple more steals and they're back in it. Nighty's going to hide in the bushes. Team Secret, on the other hand, are going to look to just push the top lane. Oh, no, okay. Oh, Nighty trying to dodge away. He flashes just to get himself back to safety, but Sun will continue to push the top lane.
Nothing much they can do about the Marco Polo, not with the main, especially not with this current lead for now, so they're going to be happy to back off and defend. A more important tower is that mid tower, because it opens up the rotations towards both the Tyrant and the Overlord. By the bottom fight, again, all circulating around this Rig Golem.
Yeah, the Forbidden Domain just providing a little bit of zoning, and Shanks is going to be the first to fall. He's been sniped in, and it looks like Hyland trying to run, but Benji's going to be killed as well. It's a 2 for nothing, and they're trying to kill Xuan. Not able to do so. He gets the shield from the Leaping Savior, keeping him alive. Nighty wants him. Xuan, gets him with a meteor kill, knocks him up, and takes down Nighty as well. It's a 3 for nothing, and it looks like they're going to capitalize and turn this into a Tyrant kill as well. Really well played by Team Secret.
Yep, really good fight coming out of there. They get even more jungle objectives. CT Boy continues to suffer, only getting half the buffs at all times. So Team Secret's 4,000 net worth lead almost at this point, and it's reaching that point. You know, Team Secret is at their best, where they are the most aggressive, where they're strongest with their power spike and Vitality. They don't have the items to fight back for now.
No real chance. This is very difficult. Anytime Team Secret get a lead, they just put their foot down, so to speak. And the Ghost Ship is just locking him in. Yes, he's the invincible warrior, but okay, he will use that just to keep himself alive. And CT Boy, again, a level behind TNX, hasn't really had too much success thus far.
Yeah, he's having a terrible game. I mean, 5,500 net worth in 11 minutes as the jungle is not a good spot. And for Kaiser, if you don't have any items, you're not really that tanky. You're relying on your invincible warrior to try and survive, but it's not enough as this game goes on. Shanks dropping down very low, gets solo killed there by TNX. and they're gonna try and go for more. We do see TNX knocking one back. HighLin trying to use the ultimate, not gonna get it in time. Double kill towards the side of the Ada, and they're gonna push out towards the top lane. Crit waves already coming in. They're gonna get another kill on towards Benji, and this is going to be a free tower to pick up there by Team Secret. The question is now, are they gonna try and finish this game off right here and now, or would they make this the safer move and back off?
I mean, with 3 down, you have to go for this one. It's going to be one last hurrah, trying to defend. Nighty solo. He's going to be the one to fall, and it's going to be a team wipe. And Ace goes the way of Team Secret. They're just going to wait for the next minion waves. They're going to close this game out. It looks like they've got this in full control. They're going to take down the base, and it looks like Team Secret will take game 2.
So fast. The tempo is just so fast for Team Secret. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll take your tier 3 and they'll take your crystal on the same breath. So fantastic start here for the Malaysian squad. They're up 2-0 right now in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, they're just controlling the game. There's a lot of tempo, and they're just making some very smart plays throughout. Understanding, again, the limits of the heroes. They're like, hey, we can even pick the heroes that you chose last time, and we'll show you how to use them. And again, I think it's all on the back of the Lady Jeanne. Not to say that the other players from Team Secret weren't able to step up, but again, you just see a lot of impact from this Lady Jeanne.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, mid lane has been phenomenal there for the side of Team Secret, and once again, TNX on the Ada. I mean, he was amazing on the Jing, and he makes Ada looks like an absolute tier 1 jungle hero, which he's not really, because he's a little bit limited in his late game prowess, his late game scalability. But when you end the game in 10 minutes, what's a better hero than Ada to do that for you?
Yeah. I would, it's if you can end a game in 10 minutes, especially at this level, you're gonna have a good time, right? There's gonna be so much confidence going into this one. I mean, you just destroyed them in game 2, and you just need one more. I mean, I'm wondering if they kind of mess around a little bit in terms of the draft in game 3, or do they just kind of put on their business suits and just be like, hey, let's be serious about this and just close it out and not really show our hand. But it's going to be very interesting how they proceed on this one, because again, Team Secret full control. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, you've got so much of a safety net to fall back on, even if they lose the next game or the game after. This definitely isn't looking like the 3-1 or 3-2 we were predicting here, Holler, but it's just been, Team Secret really playing well as a team.
Yeah. This is the Team Secret special, right? To be honest, I'm thinking, Team Vitality, they've done it where they've had decent starts, but Team Secret just find ways to get back in the game. Yep. There are definitely gaps in Team Vitality's strategy where they allow teams to get back in, and Team Secret are finding all of them and just kind of controlling the games from then on. So I think they need to really work on that transition into the mid game.
Yep, the first 4 minutes from the side of Vitality always looks really good. I mean, whether if they're playing aggressive or defensive, they've always been able to get something across the map. But the moment they lose that early game, or even if it reaches the mid game, that's where Team Secret really shines. And this game, I mean, the Zhang Fei, one of your, like you said, your favorite hero, doing very well. No deaths on him. Got his crucial items. He's building very smart in his item build as well, allowing to tank out with the least amount of least amount of items to survive. And of course, not to mention Xuan as well as TNX, absolute monsters on the lane and the Ada.
Yeah, just controlling the game. I mean, look, the only person who died, I mean, 2 people died. TNX and Xuan both died once, so shame on them. I guess at the end of the day, we have to look at some of the things that they might have done better, and some of those kills or some of those deaths might be avoidable at the end of the day. But again, Team Secret just controlling it out. This is exactly what you wanted. Sun really stepped up. Lung, again, just very low net worth, but able to kind of control the tempo and just do the damage. And I think it'll be interesting seeing in this next one of how much damage they did at the end of the day. Okay, Lung didn't have as much damage this game 1.
Yeah, just because the game ended a lot faster, but he still is the top across both teams, and also taken the least damage across all the other 9 players as well. And that's Lady Zen, 1 Horror staff, and you're ready to go. Take the fight anytime. I'm ready. I'm gonna be happy to join these fights, because it means that I get to utilize my low scaling skills, sure, but they're gonna provide so much value in these fights.
Yes, it's all about the value, right? Just trying to do as much as you can. But okay, if I'm kind of wondering, I mean, with the Ata pick by TNX, could there have been a better hero for him? Because I feel like at the same side, if the flip a coin, if we're looking at Soon, of just trying to have a better draft, like it could have been Marco Polo, it could have been, Lady Sun, it could have been almost any other hero because they were just able to control the game. But I'm wondering if the Anta pick had enough impact where you're like, actually, this is the right one in game 2.
I think there is very limited jungle heroes that does the same thing as Ada. Zilong is the other one, which I think will fit in that specific role that he was playing in that game. I actually preferred Zilong over the Ada just because of the ease of execution, as well as just having the extra stun for a team is great. Ada does provide his own sort of benefits to the team. The Ada is more of a team sort of jungle, but there's not many jungle heroes that can fit in the same role. Dun is probably the more popular one, but I'm not a huge fan of Dun at all.
Okay. Well, to be honest, day 4, Dune had quite a showing. There were definitely some good games with him, so I think it's kind of like hit or miss depending on the team. But okay, who do you think is going to be the MVP from Team Secret, right?
I think he could be the Clash laner this time, and yep, it is. It's going to be Xuan on the lane. Had a very impactful game, especially in the laning phase as well. So in this second game, it's a lot harder to call. I mean, everybody did their jobs well, and if you have to pick someone out of the entire bunch in this particular game performance, it would be Xuan for me as well.
Okay. I mean, the 5-1-5 definitely helps. He was so disruptive. He was getting solo pickoffs on the Fang. So he was just kind of going in, and we'll see the Team Secret's highlight reel, so to speak. But they started it off just being aggressive, invading the enemy jungle, making Team Vitality. Like, CT Boy doesn't have that blue buff to start things off. It's going to be rough. Oh, this is actually the second one where they do end up making them pay. But again, Nighty not able to get away. Xuan had so many good death at sunsets.
Absolutely. He dominated lane in the following team fights as well. He's just going in these fights where it looks like these were the fights that Team Secret Team Vitality wanted to have in their previous game. Having multiple players jumping the backlines, but they were playing from ahead is Team Secret, and that's why that's why TNX, that's why Xuan was able to play so aggressive, because they were ahead. They built properly in terms of their net worth, and they were able to help the team win the fights.
Yeah, and look at Xuan again, just with the solo kill bottom. I think it was on Shanks, just forcing him out, understanding his target priority of killing him, and then once he was 1v1, then he would deep death at sunset and get himself to the team fight. And Xuan here somehow surviving with literally a sliver of life, and just managed to kind of just force the issue, right? Shanks on the run, no real way to get away. And this happened countless times. Xuan was just like, okay, this is my guy. I'm just going to continue to make Shanks' game miserable. I'm just going to have a tough time for him. And again, Shanks did really not able to get any sort of farm because he was focused from the first target in any sort of team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Great aggressive play here from Team Secret, able to close out game number 2 in a relatively quick fashion. I mean, the average time of the games throughout the group stages has been 15 minutes. That's the average time spent finishing off games. And Team Secret, they are one of the reasons it's so low. It's because they've been able to end their games really fast and really just skewing the average game time a little bit in the shorter side. So this game number 2, definitely a strong showcase for Team Secret.
Yeah, and Team Secret here, of course, I mean, they started at 5 p.m. and they're just like, hey, we got to rush off. We got a good dinner to go to. So we're just going to close this one out as quickly as possible. They've done so well, right? But if we're going to talk a little bit about this next one here, of course, give us a follow on the Honor of Kings Global Esports. There are plenty of prizes that you can win. All you need to do is, of course, follow and share, and to have yourself get a chance at winning some Infinix gaming gadgets, and of course, some other rewards as well, like the watch, the phone, the headphones, all of that stuff. Please do follow, and it's like one of the easiest ways you can win those prizes.
Don't forget skins as well. I've been trying to get my hands on the Zilong Dragon Ascendant skin. That looks so good. But hey, this might be my chance, and you guys might stand the same chance as well. That's why you gotta be part of all the social medias, like what Holler said.
Yeah, definitely follow and share, of course. And, just going in, there's going to be a lot more tournaments coming in, so it's good to get as much of the announcements and everything that's coming on in terms of Honor of Kings Esports. It's going to be great. Okay, But now let's go back to the game here, right? I think for this game 3, I think Team Vitality need to do themselves a favor and ban out the Shangguan themselves so they don't potentially pick them.
Yeah, that's one way to go about it. Or, you know, they have the first pick this time, so, you know, pick up the Lady Zen for yourself. You don't ban it. You know, either force Team Secret to ban out the Lady Zen, or you pick it yourself. You have the first pick. You have the advantage in the draft having that first pick. So we've all seen Lady Zen in her full glory, and so far she has 100% win rate when being played on the blue team. So this time, I mean,
okay,
Vitality, they're playing on the blue team. This is potentially the last game of the tournament. This is the time to bring out all the stops, and you know, you either ban it in the first phase or you don't ban it. Let Team Secret ban it out, and you know, potentially move on from there, because in these 2 games we've seen the power of her.
Okay, yes, the power is just too much. 81% win rate, highest picked throughout the entire tournament. At this point, the win rate is getting higher and higher and higher. I do not want to see Lady Jean in my ranked games. So what do we do? Who do we petition? Who do we talk to, Zero?
I mean, you just have to go with the flavor of the tournament, and it's fun to see. I mean, in season 1, it was just Princess Frost every single game, and I was talking. Me and Blam, we were talking about why is nobody picking Lady Zen? That's the next best thing to Princess Frost, and now Lady Zen's taking the spotlight. So next up is going to be Zhou Yu. So when are people going to start picking up Zhou Yu?
Yeah, soon, hopefully. We're gonna have to change this one up, but of course, this is gonna be game 3. The draft is gonna be starting things out. The Da Chao and the Elaine ban from Team Vitality. That's an interesting one. But they Team Secrets are gonna ban out the Kaiser. We've seen you know, Shanks play that one 2 times already to somewhat limited success. But yes, he was tanky. He wasn't the weakest link, I would say, in that draft. But it looks like Team Secret are respect banning here. Your thoughts on that ban?
Yeah, it's I mean, definitely, you know, in Team Secret's roster, there's so many heroes that they can play and have performed very well on it. You can't really ban out all of their heroes, so you just have to pick the best and ban the best in that specific scenario of the game. You know, how the first 2 bans have progressed gives you a bit of information, and you just have to work with that towards the next phase. Arlie finally sees the light of day, being picked up here by Vitality, while Team Secret goes for the Dalia and the Mai. You get to see a Mai in this series as well.
Okay, all right. Mai, I expect Lung to kind of it's kind of go with that one. I think Mai has a lot of outplay potential. Again, we'll see where the Mai ends up. But the Main and, of course, the Arlie pick, Team Vitality really sticking to their guns. They've had some success with the Arlie in the past. But again, very sticking with Team Vitality's MO of being somewhat damage dealers, but very mobile, squishy ones tends to be, again, what they're trying to aim for. But they've had somewhat limited success. That said, it looks like they're going to pick up the Lady Jean, hopefully to just steal it away from Team Secret at this point.
Yeah, and also it bolsters the team fight. You know, that's what was missing in their previous 2 games. They had no way to really have any form of team fight control. The Lian Po was constantly banned out. Zhang Fei was on the enemy side. They didn't pick up the Dun. They picked up the Kaiser as the jungle, so no team fight at all from the jungle. This time, having the Lady Zen really helps tick that box, but they still need someone else to be in the front lines. For the Main, needs too long of a building time to get to that point, so their jungler needs to be something that's faster. It needs to be something like the Dun, which was picked up there by Team Secret. It needs to be like the Zilong. It could be the Ada if they prefer having that as well. Or even the Sun Ce in the jungle could be exactly what they're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I know that you don't like the Dune. The Dune pickup here by Team Secret, though. Tell me why you don't like him. Is it because he's got gray hair and he's an old man? You're just not into old guys, or what?
Yeah, I'm definitely jealous of the hair. But all jokes aside, I mean, Dun is just such a one-dimensional jungle, and you know, he doesn't scale well to late game. He doesn't really provide damage. The only thing that Dun is really good at in the jungle role is providing crowd control and support and stuns. But then there's other junglers that does the same thing, scales better, and doesn't become such a piece of dead weight in the late game. Like Zilong, like even like the Musashi or the Ukiyo Tachibana, you know, those can fit in the exact same role, just better than the Dun. But so why pick up the Dun?
Okay, okay. I think, like, at the end of the day, you want somebody kind of tanky who's going to be the focus of the enemy team. So I see potential in it. I'm a Dune believer. I know that might be, you know, that we might not be friends after that comment.
Blasphemy.
But I think it does have some potential of play, right? We've definitely seen some success with it. I believe in Team Secret, so I think that we're going to see the more positive sides. Hopefully, we'll be able to change your tune as well by the end of this game.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard. I mean, 2 seasons of the Dun hating isn't gonna change overnight. But hey, you know, we've seen, like you said, we've seen players play Dun, or teams. Actually, it's a very team-based hero that your entire team composition has to fit around it. We caught the end of the draft. It was a Mozu and a Neza. Last 2 picks there by Team Secret, while Vitality had a DRNG as well as also last year I didn't catch that. Oh, it was a Charlotte. So Team Secret going all out in the early game. They've got the Dun, they've got the Mai, they've got the DRNG. They want to finish this off early and make their way for their dinner appointment. But the Vitality, you know, much more team fight this time. They're not gonna make it easy.
Yeah, definitely not gonna make it easy here. But okay, do we think? Okay, but Team Vitality has had 2 lineups in games 1 and 2 where basically it was very difficult to play. It was tough. Is Team Vitality sticking with that, where this is still like a difficult lineup going against Team Secret here?
It's much easier to execute. I mean, you've got Moses, very simple hero, target and stun. You've got the CC provided by them. You've got Lady Zen, so you've got plenty of CC this time, and of course Neza, a very crowd control heavy jungler as well, and less reliant on Frost. So definitely they've dumbed down their lineup, which is going to allow them to focus more on the gameplay itself. And yeah, this is a much better draft for Vitality compared to the first 2 games.
Okay. I think that, yeah, they just need to make things a little bit easier here. But Mimosa here, okay, it has the Peacebringer, which is like this dash. It's got a little bit of a knock-up. It has a cannon blast. It can kind of snipe things out. I think that we need to expect Benji to really start off with some good cannon blast for any sort of team fight, especially mid to late game.
Yep, it also provides vision and a little bit of damage over time, not the biggest of deals, but hey, it's just one of those supports that can do everything except heal your team, right? It's a more greedier support. It doesn't really do much for the team outside of providing CCs, but it's deceptively tanky with the shields it can put up, and I definitely don't hit the pick.
Oh, it looks like Yuhan gonna run away. Okay, Flash. This is probably the more basic of the spells. If you're looking at it on all sides, on both sides, excuse me, they have 3 players each with it. Basically, it just teleports a short distance in the target direction. Greatly used you can use it aggressively, or more probably the most used when you're, you know, in a bad spot. You need to get out of there. Got to dodge over or flash over the wall. Definitely something that you want to do. And Flash, very important spell.
But very long cooldown on the spell as well. So every time you want to use it, you have to think of the other potential situations you have to be in. But most of the time, you know, when you're panicking, you just flash back and hope that saves you.
Yeah. Or if you're fat fingered like me, you just hit the button accidentally.
Then you flash forward. And
I flash forward. I was like, I needed to kill that minion. All right, but here we go. The Ocean of Tears, it's going to connect onto him. They do have the knockback. They're going to push him back. CT Boy taking a lot of damage. They pull back. TNX is actually going to be the first to fall. They do get something in return, which is, of course, Nighty and CT Boy, all at the cost of TNX.
Good flash from Highland being able to get out there. 2-for-1 trade. Not the best of deals there for Vitality. But hey, it was a 3 versus 4 fight. You gotta take what you were given, and yeah, like their team fight has significantly improved in terms of Vitality just by having the proper heroes for those team fights. And you know, sure they lost out in that trade, but it could have gone way worse without those showstoppers of ultimates.
Yes, for sure. And Team Secret here, already with a 1.3k net worth lead. Okay, can we talk a little bit about Loong here on the Mai? Played pretty passive in the last 2 games in the sense of just like kiting people from afar and just raining terror, so to speak. You know, just kind of like orbital bombardments left and right, just doing a bunch of damage, right, on the Lady Jun in the first 2 games. With the Mai, though, and is it like, it's a completely different play style. I mean, Lung obviously able to do it, but are you okay with that?
You mean as the pick in this? In
As pick in my
right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it synergize well with the team?
Yep, exactly. It fits very well in the team. They don't need more damage. You know, you've got the Dun and you've got the Dun as well as the Charlotte. You know, being the ones to go in first. You know, and now you have your mid lane that can do the same thing with the displacement of the ultimate. Go in, get a kill, get out. That fits perfectly in what their composition is built to do. But the kill from 90 is actually absolutely huge onto his long.
Yeah, gets long there. That's going to be pretty good. But you know, again, CT Boy getting killed here. I think they'll take that trade. Lung, yeah, it goes down, but TNX is still alive and has the level lead. I think that you play with your players in mind, best interest, so to speak. And TNX is essentially your carry. You want him to just kind of control everything. The fact that he's able to just, you know, move across the map and just make things very uncomfortable for Team Vitality. It's a great spot to be in, especially if your Team Secret here as they take the Tyrant.
2,000 net worth lead in 4 minutes, definitely nothing to scoff at. It's gonna be substantial, especially when they're playing with such an aggressive lineup. With the XiaoLin, with the Dun, you need the net worth lead at the start because these two heroes don't really scale that well towards the late game. The Mai as well. I mean, the Mai can do decent with enough items, but otherwise, you know, when they're too squishy, when they're not really bursting people down, that's when it's dangerous. Top lane, Shen gets a kill on those 90. Oh, huge backline. We're talking about the Mai and the ability to get a kill. He gets 2, and we'll be able to back up as well. Long gets a double from the back and almost gets the RD.
Oh, the flex there. Lung just making plays throughout. He's just like, okay, I can do whatever is required from me. Now, this net worth lead, 3.3k net worth lead already, okay? Team Vitality, what do they need to do to get themselves back in this game? Do they need to, like, rob a bank?
They need to start playing more on the side lanes. They need to push out the waves, especially with the Mayin. Here we get to see the kill we missed out here in the top lane. That was a Shen solo kill on first 90. You overstayed his welcome. You got hit twice. You know Shen's coming for you eventually. So yeah, like they need to play on these side lanes. They need to play push out the side lanes and get pickoffs with the Neza. They get a pickoff onto her Sun. Absolutely huge pickoff. That's going to give them a way back in this game. Now they just need like 6 or 7 more of these.
Okay, yeah, 6 or 7 more onto Sun. I think that they'll be fine in that case. Great pickoff, still definitely behind in terms of lead. But you look at Team Secret, they're like, okay, soon to go down, right? At the end of the day, we're still in the enemy jungle. We're still in the, you know, the driver's seat, so to speak. And I really like the way that Team Secret are playing with that lead, making it very uncomfortable. They have to fight, they have to spend everybody, all 5 members, just dealing with this. And Dune, oh, TNX, he's going to be pushed back 1 versus 5. He's continuing to fight, but he eventually falls, and Highland will take this one. Okay, and now you compliment Team Secret, and they do something silly like that.
Yeah, good call there from Vitality, you know, moving the Mayin, making sure that they have the numbers advantage going to the fight, and a very well placed ultimate from Lady Zen, something they were missing completely in the first 2 games. And they slowed down the tempo, they slowed down Team Secret. The net worth is plateauing out so far, and you know, that gives Vitality a chance to come back to this game. They just need to keep stalling, keep farming, get items on the RD, get items on the Mai, and go towards that 12-minute mark with at least even items, if not ahead.
Yeah, and, look, again, every single golem that comes out, Team Secret contesting, forcing it out, soon all the way in the front line, pushing them back, making it very difficult for Nighty, who does get the launch up, but it's 1 versus 3. They're looking to turn this around. Nice cannon blast, keeping them alive and slowing things down, but Team Vitality have to back off. They can't deal with anything, and it looks like the top T2 is going to be taken out. Team Secret, oh, and gets the snipe out. Shanks is down for the count.
Yeah, he really just can't take the man fight with the Charlotte right now. Charlotte is just such a strong clash laner in the 1 versus 1 situation, and Mayin, not that much. She kind of wants to get in, go out in fights, go for just burst amount of damage, and when you're 1 versus 1, you don't really have the opportunity. So it's a completely different playstyle. And Team Secret getting that numbers advantage immediately goes for the mid tier 3 tower, and it's almost down actually.
Almost down. They did a lot of structural damage there, and just forcing it again. Team Vitality playing very defensive, and that net worth lead is just grown, right? They've taken it out, they chipped it out, and they've taken, you know, the enemy jungle. They've taken everything from them. I think the only thing they left behind was like the toilet paper in the bathrooms.
and they're gonna continue to grow on their net worth lead and pressure across the map as well, focusing on the Shadow Overlord this time. That's gonna allow them to push up to the high ground. Probably gonna send a top and push the mid and the bottom lane out towards where they can meet in the high ground, and also create, you know, a three-way diversion where, you know, where Team Secret can dictate where they want to go, and Vitality has to play from behind and try and defend the best they can.
It's tough. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about earlier about how to get back in this game and pushing the side lanes, but if you're looking at what's happening, is that they're afraid to go out. Like, Benji's caught out here. He's just trying to defend the lane, soon taking a decent amount of damage with the Ocean of Oddity, or Ocean of Tears, excuse me, and he's going to be pushed back. Sun taking a lot of damage, but he's going to turn this around. CT Boy is down. Benji is as well, and that's 2 for 1. Loom down did go down in the end, but TNX still up in front, does have the Wind Slash. He's going to tank this tower. And with this Drake and this minion wave, it looks like they're going to take the mid T3 at least.
Mid T3 is going down, bottom lane.
Oh.
Very decently pushed out, so that's great for them. Oh, 2 kills going towards the way of Vitality. Is it enough at this point? It might not be, but they at least are able to stop this push, stop Team Secret from going for the jugular, and hopefully get a better fight in the upcoming ones.
You just want to push them back, just make it, you know, try to take whatever space you can do. I like whatever you can take, excuse me, from Team Secrets. But again, they've just been surgical, right? TNX playing, you know, focusing it on this Tyrant here. Any sort of gap, any sort of objective, Team Secret are on top of, and it's just very uncomfortable if you're a Team Vitality fan.
Yeah, it is. The fights are definitely getting harder and harder. The net worth lead is still 8,000 towards the side of Team Secret, and they're trying to give chase. Charlotte flashes forward, but a nice ultimate from Lady Zen, as well as the most of that fight they need. Shex to get a kill onto her Xuan. Long caught in the back lines behind Neza as well. That's not a place you want to be in. 4 versus 1. They get the kill. Lady Zen in trouble, but it's still a positive trade here so far for the side of Vitality, and they're going for more early.
Oh, Tian.
So good in the movements. Nice block coming from Yuhan to keep TNX alive. They still managed to get the blue buff out of all of that, but hey, it was a 1 versus 2 trade. If you're Team Vitality, you'll take that any day.
Yeah, TNX was so low. Yuhan right there blocking it, just diving in front, sacrificing the body to ensure that he keeps TNX alive. I think again in my ranked games, my support would have avoided that and let me take that shot into the dome.
Really play well there as a team to just limit the bleeding. But here this Tyrant going down, 90 gets it, and won't be able to get back away in time. Arlie very mobile as well. That just leaves the Neza to fight for himself. CT Boy can't really get out of there, but hey, they got one objective. That also means that they get to slow down the game a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more, but not so much in terms of push, right? And at this point, Team Secret, they're like, okay, yeah, you can do the damage, but you're still squishy as ever. We'll deal with you. And they're going to continue to push here. They've got the minion waves. They've got the end game in sight. They're looking to close this one out into as quickly as possible in terms of this game 3. They're pushing. The Ode is going to push things away. The Ocean of Tears, just a landmark at this point, but they're focusing on the Crystal. They do get in for this one. Loom does get the kill on the Shanks. He's going to be killed. Highland is as well. Now they're turning around because they don't have any minions. The whatever pulls him back. Loom is going to be killed. And now with the base, still waiting for those minions. They're going to kind of prolong, but Benji not in a great spot all the way up in the front. He's been focused, and soon we'll take this. And now with the minion waves crashing, CT Boy being focused, he's going to be killed. Nighty is down for the count, and they're going to clean up everybody. They're going to take the base, and of course they will take Game 3, Team Secret with this swoop.
Team Secret moving on to the top 4 in such a dominant fashion. Was never behind in the second and third games, and managed to stall out the game in the first game. Really an impressive performance from the Malaysian squad, and sadly we will lose our only European team in this tournament. Vitality will be saying goodbye to the team in Malaysia as they will finish off in the top 8. But hey, they still qualified for the Esports World Cup, so they have something to look forward to.
Definitely a lot to look forward to. I mean, there's a lot of things that they can watch and check out the replay and then just learn from this, right? This is one of those moments where, hey, yeah, we did some things, and in terms of just like shoring up some of the weaknesses that we showed and let Team Secret get back into some of those games. But nonetheless, let's see what they have to say to Team Secret. Here's
we'll wait for the entire crew to be up here. You guys back with me on live stage here. Choo choo. Congratulations again for Team Secret of Malaysia. Okay, I'm gonna use English first and then we'll translate. There's gonna be a lot of translation going on. But first and foremost, I think it's gonna be coming out from the side of TNX. TNX. Okay, first and foremost, you don't forget your smite. That's good for you. And then for you yourself, because I think he got quite an MVP here today, do you have any favorites for the heroes that you played today? And why do you love to play it so much? Do you want me to translate? You want to say in English? Okay, okay. 没关系，没关系。啊，今天你没忘记你的成绩是吗？还好，还好。然后就是有要问给新的玩家，在外面才刚刚，好像我自己也是新的玩家，对吗？所以你自己比较特别喜欢的英雄是哪一个英雄？还有你有没有对他们有任何提示还有技巧吗？
那个露露吧，比较简单粗暴。放技能就可以杀人了。
哇，其实这个吧，让玩呢你怎么打？好像我自己不会打，你教教我可以吗？
这个英雄会点技能就可以杀人，真的，1、2、3。
Okay, so basically, he's like Nakolulu is actually very for him is super. 对你来说是比较简单是吗？尤其是新的玩家。
我觉得
很复杂
4个人都可以玩的英雄。
Okay, so basically he loved Nakolulu, so he loved to play this hero because one of the many reasons it's a pretty straightforward full damage hero where you can actually just hit and slash and that's going to do the work by itself. So it's basically doable for everybody out there. So Nakolulu, it's going to be the choice of the hero. Now, 队长，我就是要问你 Okay, for the captain, the next question. Congratulations on your winning here today. But it's not going to be easy. For the next stage, there's going to be you versus either VKS or Kagendra. So which team do you want to fight against between these two teams? Now, 下一个阶段对吗？你们可能对 VKS 或者是 Kagendra。如果你自己来说的话，你比较特别喜欢对哪一队？下一个阶段的话，
我比较希望打 VKS。
为什么呢？
因为 Kagendra 我们已经尝试过了。
哇 ，VKS 还没是吗？
对。
Okay, okay. So I asked another question for the captain himself, which was Yuhan just now. I asked which team he wants to fight again if he get to choose for the next bracket, VKS or Vivo K-Stars versus Kagendra. He definitely wants to test it out against VKS. They never tried to fight against VKS before. They definitely defeated Kagendra in a scrims or a different tournaments in that terms. Now, 最后就是你们对你们的粉丝有什么要说吗？尤其是马来西亚的粉丝。
谢谢大家，就是支持我们，然后就多多给我们鼓励，谢谢。
还有没有了？有一个小爱吗？有没有一个小爱吧？全部一个小爱，对你们的粉丝，全部给一个小爱，你们的粉丝。Come on.
谢谢大家，谢谢大家。
So that's gonna be we love you guys for all the fans out there for Team Secret have been supporting them all the way. But congratulations again for Team Secret. We're gonna toss it back to the casters. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Choo Choo, for that amazing interview. And we're going to be going into this one. I think Team Secret was just like still business, right? The business as usual. We understand how to close these games out. It's going to be very easy for us. But they were very professional. 3-0, made it quickly in time just for them to get a quick dinner as well. So Team Secret really just understanding what their priorities are, right?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, they didn't mess around. They played for the win in every single scenario of the entire series. You can see, like, even if these players are very young, you know, they are very mentally mature in terms of becoming a professional, and you know, they respected their opponents and played to their best, which is what you will want from your opponent. And yeah, now they're in the top 4 of this in the Season 2 Invitational, and they're going to be facing, like what Choo Choo said, it's not going to be an easy opponent. The winner between VKS and Kagendra, both of them are very tough opponents to face in the next round, but hey, you have to beat the best to be the best.
Yes, for sure, for sure. And do you think that Team Secret is probably going to want to play Kagendra again, seeing as that they have had some success with them? They understand what they 2-0'd them, right, in the groups.
Yep.
Is that something that you would want to do if you were Team Secret?
definitely will give you a little bit more confidence compared to facing the defending champions, who also went almost a flawless group stage. They only dropped one map in the entire group stage. So Kagendra would be the easier choice, but sometimes they like to challenge themselves. You know, you want to face the best, beat them early, so that you go into the next stage with a much easier time and also just more confidence in your team.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And speaking of confidence with the team, look at this. Team Secret here, almost 4 out of 5 of them with 8,000 net worth or up. Yuhan, obviously the roamer, he's going to be kind of lagging behind and probably scolded later for not keeping up on the average level. But that's the typical Asian dad comment there. But if we're going to go into this one, like, you know, I think that they played well. Everybody was kind of you know, sharing the wealth, understanding the limits, and just this team is really starting to gel. And going into top 4, I think the timing is perfect for them.
Oh, absolutely! Like one of the hiccups they had coming into this tournament was that, you know, you got 2 players that hasn't really spent a lot of time with the rest, like Xuan, TNX, and Long has been playing together in the team for a decent amount of time, so they work well with each other. But then you have you have your farm lane and your roam/support not on the same page. But if you look at today, their performance, they look like a very well-oiled machine, and that's, like you said, the perfect time. So.
Yeah. They're just like understanding, hey, it's like somebody's dying, and then like soon got caught out elsewhere, and they're like, okay, we have the rest of the 4, we're gonna push elsewhere. We know how to do the objectives. Just really, I mean, it seems silly, but like, oh, one guy died, but we can take things elsewhere. But this is just like the discipline. Like it's instead of being like soon dying and be like, oh, we need to back off now that we have only 4 for 5. It's like, no, actually we're strong in other areas. And Team Secret here, just like, again, had an early lead, knew how to take it over in the mid game. I mean, there was a little bit of a dip, you know, at the what is this, the 6-minute mark here, but at the end of the day, they knew how to close things out. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a, you don't want like a huge roller coaster where there's like these massive dips and these, like, you know, the fun free falling parts. You want things that are slowly like going up into your favorite and excuse me. And Team Secret really doing it well, and again showing just why they're this monster and 3-0ing Team Vitality.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Secret, nobody expects them to be this strong. They came from the last chance qualifiers. They lost out to LGD, making their way to this tournament in the Malaysian qualifiers, but they still made it here. And the MVP for game number 3, going towards the way of Xuan. I guess there is an argument for TNX on the jungle as well. But, you know, obviously I do prefer the Charlotte, because I would never want to see a Dun getting the MVP. But hey, Shin played fantastically in this game, got a lot of solo kills on towards both Arlie as well as the Mayin, and a very strong showcase of this hero.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, 615, that definitely helps. The KDA just kind of pushing things along. Again, just really well played. I think you could have given a couple of other people the hero as well, but if we're just going to go down to it, I think the KDA just kind of, you know, is the last piece of, you know, evidence you need for Swan to ensure that he gets this one. And a great play game on the Charlotte here, just cleaning up, getting a lot of solo kills as well. But let's check out some of the highlights for Team Secret. Again, I think it's the highlight reel for Team Secret at the end of the day.
Yeah, but if you notice a pattern in their highlights, their replays, it's always Team Secret in their enemy's jungle, really pressuring them early, making them take these fights where a lot of times they don't want to take these fights. They want to, you know, play a bit slower, you know, they want to do their own things. But when you're constantly in their jungle, getting the timing of the golden respawn, getting the timing of when the rotations are going to come in, that's going to give your entire team so much information. And Team Secret really playing this to a T. Absolute perfect early game aggression. Here we see the Mai Shiranui being able to get towards the backline. So much potential on that hero. I really love to see a little bit more of it. But yeah, like Team Secret, the MO has always remained the same. Play aggressive, play in your enemy's jungle, force the fight to them, and get the snowball and end the game from there.
Yeah, and yeah, for sure. Just, I mean, this is one of the fights that kind of wasn't great, but all in all, I think at the end of the day, Team Vitality really just kind of were forced back to play Team Secret's game, which is not what they wanted to do. TNX, I think he does survive at the end. Oh, with which Yuan just kind of jumping in front of that bullet there for him. But Lung, again, showing his flexibility, being able to play almost any of the heroes. Gets caught out there because there's no minions, and Nighty with a nice whatever play. But it's a tough situation, right? And I think even if they won this team fight where Team Secret lost this one, I think Vitality would have had a hard time just coming back. It's just such a difficult situation for them.
Yep, absolutely. At that point, you know, it was just Team Secret's game to lose. But they didn't lose, and now they're in the top 4 semifinals of the Season 2 Invitational, awaiting the winner of VKS against Kagendra. And that is going to be happening tomorrow. But today we still have one more game on the stream on this quarterfinals. Next up, we're going to have Loops facing up against Impunity. And tomorrow, LGD going up against All Gamers Global as well.
Yeah, and Loops here, of course, with the first place in Group B, going up against the second place of Group D in the Myanmar squad, Impunity. Impunity had a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and it's going to be a fun one, right? They're going to catch some teams off guard. Are they able to play to the high level of, you know, the LGD and Team Secrets? I'm thinking so, because of the fact that they're very clever with what they do and how they draft and their play style. So it's going to be interesting, but first up, they've got Loops from Brazil. I think that this is a very strong team. Vivo Kid Stars as well as Loops both being like some tyrants in the Brazilian scene. So seeing them at this level, of course, we want to see both teams move on. But again, only one of them will survive.
Yep, absolutely. It's the nature of the beast. It is a tournament. It is one of the biggest tournaments in the Honor of Kings competitive circuit this year. And only the best team can win. Then next matchup looking like a doozy. I mean, both teams have showcased, like you said, some very interesting drafts, some very interesting gameplay as well. And again, this entire clash of regions is always an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, and it's going to be the most interesting of like people being like, oh, if I'm from Malaysia, I'll be like, oh, we have the best Honor of Kings region, we have the strongest teams and the players and all that. Or, you know, maybe is it Brazil? I mean, they still have 2 squads left, and obviously one of them needs to kind of survive at least this next one going up against Impunity. Loops Esports here, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to perform and make sure that they can kind of carry the Brazilian flag into the semifinals. But Impunity is not going to be an easy team to go up against.
Yeah, not gonna be easy. They have some very interesting pocket picks. They like to pick up the Dharma. They like to use very flexible supports as well, whatever they need to fit in that existing situation. So it's hard to draft against Impunity because of how flexible their players are in terms of their hero pool, and that's gonna be the next game, Holler.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the next one. But first things first. If you're at home, get yourself some pop, get yourself a new drink, get yourself refreshed, because that series is going to be coming up. But first up, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we're going to take a little bit of a break after. Apparently, you know, somebody went to go get their popcorn now, and there's going to be a little bit of a delay. But let's go into a break coming up right now.
Congratulations, Team Secret from Malaysia!
Vitality bakal menewaskan Boom.
Kemenangan Vitality.
Son, tidak asyik baik, habis.
我觉得我们的队伍非常足够去跟别人对打。
不想对到老干爹吧，跟 TS， 感觉这两个队，以我们目前的状态打不过。
我觉得每个都想打一下，都想试一下，我看看哪个队伍想验一下他们的水平。
我相信我队伍跟教练们根本是没有在害怕的。
Yeah, we're very confident that we can bring the trophy on this tournament.
Crystal Mortalitas sama.
Kemenangan untuk pasukan Loop.
sentimento agora de felicidade, que a gente meio que chocou pessoas que acharam que a GE que ia ganhar, então acho que a gente vem assim e eu me sinto bem feliz com isso.
Obviously, it was a very tough journey. We have very low time to adapt to, so obviously it's just a honor and a pleasure to know that all our effort has been worth it.
不认识，一个都不认识，所以说没什么道理怕，知道吗？干就完了，别让我拿到我的绝活，不然有你们好受的。
Então, o recado que eu deixo pro próximo adversário aí é que é bom se preparar, porque a gente não vai ter piedade de ninguém aqui.
给他们准备个 surprise。
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born this way, ay. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, one hesitate. What do you say? Raised up on my face, scars up on my skin. I can't convince them to please, I'm enlisted, I'm the one. H-E-R-E, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Now you dance, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will build them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our peers, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, calling out for the king. There's no time. We should yell out my name when I sing a song about it.
This is
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your controls settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on Show Enemy Avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, opened in by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
We've sent one team home already in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational, and we'll be saying goodbye to another. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Zero, and of course joining me with Howler, and we're going to have another round of 8 match happening in a very short while. It's going to be Loops going up against Team Impunity, and they are going to have the match of their lives in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, for sure. Loser is going to go home. Unfortunately, they're going to go directly to the airport to do not collect $200. They're just going to go directly there. But unfortunately, it's going to be one of those teams. And of course, it's a best of 5. So definitely both of the teams are expecting to put their best foot forward. And mind you, all of these teams, they made it here. They're the top 8. And because of that, they're going to be going to the EWC, which is, of course, going to be in Riyadh. It's going to be the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. The top 8, all of these guys in the knockout, they're going to make themselves there. So it's going to be super important for them as they proceed in the Honor of Kings esports realm.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, they have been able to perform at their best with the Infinix GT20 Pro, which is among the first smartphones to fully support the Honor of Kings in 120 FPS. So these players are playing in a very smooth gameplay. So if you want to experience playing like the pros, get yourself one of these Infinix GT20 Pros.
Yes, definitely. So all of the players are playing with it, and actually they're very fast. They have like a bunch, the FPS is crazy. They're very responsive, very nice phones. So definitely check those one out. Of course, you have a chance to win some of those prizes if you just follow the HOK Global Esports page. You know, all of the different Twitches and the streams that you might be watching. All you need to do is follow and share, and then you have a chance to win those prizes as well. So maybe you have a chance at winning that Infinix GT20 Pro, and you know, it's the easiest way to win.
Absolutely, don't mind getting my hands on one of those. They also respond to whatever's happening in game. So if you get a kill, you know, you get a double kill, you get a first blood, you get a first tyrant kill. You know, the phone flashes differently, and that's a very interesting flex that I would like to get my hands on. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that'll be super interesting, right? But okay, it's gonna be Loops, Impunity, the squad from Myanmar. Loops is of course from Brazil. This is gonna be going into this one where, you know, Loops is the top of the squad in terms of Group B. They were the #1 positioned. They showed up and they just beat everybody in terms of All Gamers Global and R8 Esports, and they were the top dogs. Impunity, on the other hand, they had a little bit more of a difficult route because they had LGD in that group. They lost 0-2 against them, but they ended up pulling it out in a Game 3 against RRQ where they won 2-1, and they got themselves in this one. If we're talking about this series alone and just the two teams, who has more pressure, Zero?
In terms of pressure, I think Loops has the more pressure. I mean, they are the higher seeded team. They have expectations of them coming into this tournament. Season 1 was dominated by Brazilian teams, with 2 Brazilian teams in the grand finals. Here, you know, they have that expectation of, you know, needing to perform as well, if not better, than how Alpha 7 and VKS did in Season 1. But, you know, they've shown that they are able to perform at the most crucial points, and it's all down to these players. You got Mitty on the roam, you have Xere on the farm, you also have Kank playing the mid, he's a very impressive player, and Tempest on the clash lane as well. So a very star-studded lineup hailing from Brazil, and definitely, like, they are facing more pressure, despite not really having a lot of the crowd against or for them here in this run of it.
Yeah, and Brazil very strong. I mean, they have 2 squads here, Vivo Keat Stars being the other one. And there's a lot of expectations going on to them, and to see exactly how they perform on the international stage, getting themselves into the top 8. Yes, it's a success, and it's definitely a win for them, but they want more. If anything, I think that there's going to be a lot more pressure onto Loops. But they're going up against a formidable squad. And of course, this is the Myanmar squad. This is going to be Impunity. They are a tough one as well. The MMKH qualifier here. And Black Ashing. And of course, X-Hero in the mid lane. XiaoLin on the farm lane. And finally, Megumi on the roam. We just kind of, they really gel well together. Impunity Esports, very strong team.
Yeah, they've been playing together for the longest of time. They've been playing qualifiers and actually qualified for a couple of the KICs in the previous year. So definitely they have the bulk of they have a lot of experience playing together as a team, and as an organization as well has been very supportive of these players competing in Honor of Kings. So no stranger to the stage. They also have arguably the tougher bracket compared to Loops, so the seeding might throw off a couple of might throw off the audience a little bit if Impunity goes on to win. But they arguably were in the definitely the tougher group. You've got RRQ, you've got LGD in that group, and you know, coming in second in that group it's something to be proud of as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And they were ecstatic right after they won and they qualified when they beat RRQ. Obviously, winning any sort of best of 3 in that final game is a huge moment for you. It's got to be sheer happiness and a lot of delight getting themselves into this one. But if we're going to talk a little bit about Loops, here's going to be the lineup here, right? And it's going to start off. It's going to be Tempest, ABH, Kank, Xere, as well as Mithy here. This is a very strong team. Brazil has very good teams, and Loops has one of the strongest ones in the world.
Yeah, they qualified to the Season 2 Invitational through the Chalk VR tournament, and they are at many times, even in Brazilian scene, they look like they were able to compete against the likes of Vivo Keat Stars. So definitely someone to look out for, but Impunity is looking to give them a challenge here. You've got Asing, you've got Black, X-Hero, XiaoLin, and Megumi. plenty of experience within those 5 players, and looking to make an upset over here.
Yeah. And not just more than an upset. I think they want to make some waves, right? I think they want to go in. If they happen to win out this one, they're going up against potentially the winner of LGD Gaming and All Gamers Global. And I think that if Impunity were to win and getting back in potentially against LGD, they definitely want that revenge, right?
Absolutely. It is, you know, it's interesting that they're going to meet their the teams from the same group that fast, but hey, you know, that's you gotta do what you gotta do. Both these teams play very aggressive, but they've also had very long games as well, which is it's an interesting spectrum to be in, you know, playing aggressive but also have one of the longest series in the entire group stages, which also gives them a good idea of how to play the late game. That is definitely not a weakness.
Yeah, and the teams are kind of geared for it, and some teams are like not really sure of what they need to do in the late game, right? Okay, wow, this is actually very different. Itemization is not as important, and if we just lose a team fight, we just lose the game. So we have to play things a little bit differently. So it's good to get that experience, especially early in those group stages.
Yeah, because it is harder to get to that late game stage than to win the game early. There's just so many different factors that can affect however the game ends, or even how the game reaches that point. So a lot of different situations that you need to be able to formulate the answers on the fly, or just, you know, kind of, I wouldn't say wing it, but sometimes you really just gotta play with your gut in that late game situation. What you think is the best for your team, the best way to win the game, you just gotta do it sometimes.
Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, this is pretty much it, right? I always look at game one as kind of like the tone setter. You want to go with your best foot forward. You need to ensure that you don't want to be behind, so to speak. It's like going into a fight. If you want to be the one that gets the nice heavy punch to kind of start things off, as opposed to being punched and you're like shaken up and you're like, oh, whoa, we're in a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting off strong is definitely the best way to go about it. And both these teams, they are looking to be the aggressors. They're looking to be the ones to take the lead, and it fits right into both these teams' playstyles. And if you look at the draft, you've got the Luna and the Jing ban from Impunity, while Loop span out the Heino as well as the Lady Zen. So a lot of meta bans in the first few picks, but a couple of heroes being left out as well.
Yeah, and Loop's doing their homework. They saw Impunity just absolutely dominate with the Heino, banning it out first. Black had, I believe, a 100% win rate with it. So they were like, okay, this is a respect ban. We need to do this. Plus the Lady Jeanne, of course, knowing that they're going to be giving up first pick to Impunity. So they need to ban that one out, especially since it's such a hotly contested meta hero.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, the players are absolute beasts on those as well. But we have a Mankey being picked up here by Impunity. That's going to be a jungle Mankey. And we will have the Charlotte in the clash lane there for Impunity. So very fast tempo lineup here from Impunity. They want to play fast. They want to end this game early. They are going to be playing into a Zhang Fei as well as a Mai. So that might be a wrench in their plans.
Okay. Your Impunity, walk me through the logic, right? You see the Mai, obviously who's going to jump on you. You have the Zhang Fei, the tankiness and all that. But why are you counterpicking with Mankey and Charlotte? What about those heroes kind of like, this is the right, survivability? Like, what is it?
So when you're playing against the Mai, especially like an aggressive hero like the Mai, the one way to stop her from jumping at you is by jumping at her, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
So instead of the Mai being able to pick her fights, knowing when she can go in or out, now you're forcing her to fight, and she's not very tanky. She's not. She doesn't have a lot of survivability. Mobility, yes, but she's not very survivable. She excels from poking at a range and then going for the kill later on. But if you have the Charlotte, you have the Mankey, you're constantly in her face, then Mai is not targeting your marksman. Mai is not targeting your support, and all she's hitting is really towards the front lines, and that's exactly what you want to do against the Mai. Just stopping her from reaching the back lines. She doesn't have AoE. Most of her skills are single target and hits the first unit available ahead of them. So if you put yourself between her and their target, then you're going to really neuter her effectiveness.
Yeah. Okay. No, I totally get the logic, and obviously it's going to be there. But I think if we're looking at the rest of Impunity here, Arlie, obviously you have a lot of mobility, you have the potential for damage. If you're looking more on the loop side, not really. I mean, the Mai, assuming you have the control like you were just talking about, how she can get bursted. But Dharma's somewhat of a more tanky, not the super tankiest of types, but doesn't get easily bursted.
Yep.
But this Neza pick, walk me through this one.
This Neza is supposed to be the counter to the Arlie, having that ultimate to be able to chase her down, lock her down, and generally the Neza is a very sticky jungle. He's able to just stick to your opponents, kind of like a Kaiser, where he doesn't rely on stuns, but instead relies on being able to constantly chase down very elusive marksmen like the Arlie, like the Marco Polo. Usually this is the counter pick that we do see. Neza a lot less, just because of the scaling of Neza isn't that great compared to like the Kaiser, but it is a lot more faster pace, which is what Loops is trying to match in terms of tempo against Impunity.
Okay, all right. Neza here with a 33% win rate. I think Arlie was close to 62. So, I mean, we've seen a lot more of Arlie as it's been picked 13 times already. So going into this one where you're kind of like, this is the counter pick, with Neza, it seems like all the stars need to align properly to make sure that you do counter the Arlie, because they can just kind of pop off and control the game.
Yeah, like when the counter pick doesn't really do well against what it's supposed to counter, is it really countering it?
No, not in this case.
Lian Po and Princess Frost will be picked up there by Impunity. So that's the team fight that they want. That's the team fight that they have. Looking like so far, at least in terms of the draft, Impunity has the better team fight just with those two heroes, while Loops is looking like they really want to focus on one target down. You've got the Dharma, you've got the Neza. Both of them jump towards the backline, finish off the Arlie in a single blow, and maybe the Mai just to provide additional damage or clean up. But the game plan is obvious here from the side of Loops. Burst one down, take the team fight from there.
Yeah, and they'll control it to provide a lot of... I mean, this is assuming that they are able to create a lot of space with Mai and Neza just kind of being in your back line, so to speak. Let the Marco Polo or Sherry here just kind of get that space to farm, because at the end of the day, he can control the game. So, now that we know the draft, we know the players, again, I'm going to ask you, which of the teams has an easier lineup to play?
I'm always going to be favoring the ones with team fights. It allows you a lot more space, a lot more room for error. You get into a bad fight, Princess Frost drops the ultimate, suddenly you are in a much better position than you were in before. Same thing with the Lian Po. If you get caught out with one member, suddenly you turn around with the Lian Po ultimate, and then you can take the fight from there. But if you are the side of Loops, you overcommit on a single kill, you don't get the kill, then there's no way back for you. You are all in at that point. So easier execution and just a better draft overall that I feel is definitely going to Impunity.
Okay. All right. It's going to be interesting because I think that's going in. I feel like the drafts are somewhat balanced. I don't see like a huge edge. I think it's going to come down to the player movement and just the overall play of the teams. The execution. Yes, that's the perfect word. Yeah. So I like in this case, like if you're looking at Megumi just kind of creating space, but I think Impunity need to do that a little bit more. They need to be a little bit more aggressive to ensure that they've got a lead going into that mid game.
Absolutely. If they get a lead, or even if they just match the net worth, match the tempo that Loops is trying to do, then they're really good going towards the mid game. But if they fall behind too much, then we might see Loops just start to snowball out of control here. Arlie, one of the highest pick rate, she is the highest pick rate marksman, and highest win rate there as well, for very good reason. Scales very well towards the late game, plays very well in the mid and early game, and almost impossible to catch a good Arlie player because she's just so elusive with the parasols.
Yeah, it just makes it very difficult. But look at Megumi going all the way in, slams out, uses the Magma Slam, but they've already put pressure. Okay, in the top lane, it looks like they've gotten Jing, and he's going to go down and gank with a nice rotation.
Yeah, that was probably on asking there. If you know that your bottom lane and your jungle are rotating down bottom, then you want to play a bit safer behind the tower, but it got caught out a little bit too far away from the tower. The rotation from Mai was perfectly timed. They got the kill, so that's going to allow Dharma to get to that level 4, which is the scariest point of the Dharma, because this is the moment where he can really get solo kills on you.
Yeah, I feel like Ashing was just kind of like, help, they're ganking me. And they're like, no, I got your fam. I'm just going to kill this other guy, then not be able to help you out. But Ashing does go down. It's going to be the first kill of the day. And of course, for Loops, if they're going to put pressure on the bottom lane, and it seems like they're trying to get XiaoLin as much, you know, a little bit of space to kind of keep themselves going, you know, is Marco Polo the way they want to go? Or should it just be some maybe ABH to kind of carry them throughout?
They probably have to play around the Neza at the current stage of the game. The DRNG doesn't really provide a lot. He's more of the supportive marksman at this point of the game. Deals a bit of damage, provides some good utility, some good stuns. But outside of that, most of the damage, most of the initiation has to be around ABH. So you want to make sure that ABH has a good game. They're setting up rotations, they're setting up ganks for them, and just snowball the Neza from here, because Neza doesn't really do well in the late game, so you gotta play around him at his strongest point.
Okay, so basically you're saying XiaoLin is pretty much a glorified range creep right now.
At the moment, he has a stun. He has a stun. So he can provide something to the team.
No, totally understand. I mean, Marco Polo takes so much time to kind of get to that level where he can just kind of, you know, like blow up the entire team fight. Definitely is super important to let him get that space and that farm to get himself, you know, in a good position to carry late game.
Exactly. He needs 3 items. He needs to get to that point where he starts actually doing a lot of damage. Top lane, Tempest dropping down to half. Neza rotating in top, but the flash coming from X0 keeps him out of danger. And that's going to be a wasted rotation from the side of Loops. They don't get anything out of that. They don't get a tower. And things continue to slow down a little bit, which will benefit Impunity for now as they get to their next items, which will boost up the next team fight.
Yeah, I mean, ABH, they're committing the Skyfall, excuse me. And I mean, all at the cost of X0's flash. So at the end of the day, not the worst thing in the world. He didn't lose any minion creeps in the mid lane or anything. So at the end of the day, not too bad. It's something that you will take. ABH, I feel like there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to make a lot of movement, force Impunity to kind of react to what he's doing, because he can take up a lot of space. And getting in with the Skyfalls at almost a moment's notice is going to be key for him.
Absolutely, he needs to either start the fight or be right behind whoever starts the fight, because he's crucial in setting up those kills for the Dharma. He's crucial for allowing Mai to go in and go out really quickly. But first, Tyrant finally attempted a rather late attempt on towards the Tyrant, but Black should be able to get it without any issues. XiaoLin also gets the bottom tier 1 tower, so Impunity, despite a slower start, is able to get some decent objectives across the map.
Yeah, I mean, taking the bottom T1 and taking the Tyrant, and Black was able to solo that. So providing a lot of space for Impunity to make moves elsewhere, right? They have control, or they're trying to take over the enemy jungle. They've definitely forced the issue where now Loops have to play a little bit more defensively, and they're just kind of hugging their mid T1, just trying to stay alive. Yes, Loops has taken the top T1 and putting a little bit of pressure for Asing to kind of make that rotation that way. But again, I think Impunity are doing all right. Yes, they're down 1.3k, but at the end of the day, they're taking what the enemy's giving them.
Yeah, it also doesn't feel like they're down 1.3k. They are the ones playing in their opponent's jungle. Black being a nuisance here, trying to steal the red, but he sees 3 heroes, not going to try and go for it. But just creating pressure across the enemy side of the map. And Black being there knows that, hey, if there's 3 heroes in top, it means that early you can farm however you want in the bottom. You're going to be safe. And that is going to propel the early to a much better farm heading towards the mid game.
Yeah, definitely pushing, and I mean, you're hoping to get as much farm as possible, right? They're pushing it across. Oh, the Magma Slam with a Burst Ram. Mithy, he's probably on the wrong side of this. He's going to be knocked up. The Resplendent Revolver just going to kind of scare them away a bit. Impunity probably aren't going to go for the commitment on this Azure Golem just to go in for, but the nice Dream Realm connecting onto 2, and it looks like they're going to back off under tower, and they do stay alive, but Impunity just forcing the issue and maybe stealing some of the enemy minions here.
This feels a little bit too forced here for Impunity. They're not in the best of positions around the map. Mankey a little bit too early. There was no follow-up, not from the Lian Po. So just a bit more wasted skills. Some more cooldowns here for the side of Impunity. They were looking for more, at least get a kill and then get the mid tier 1 tower. But just jumped the gun a little bit too early. But looks like they are trying to force it once again.
Okay. Now, who do you think has to have the better early game?
It definitely is Loops. They have no way back if they have a mediocre early game, because that means that whatever engagement, whatever single target burst that they try to execute on is not gonna be great if they're playing from behind. So Impunity has more ways out even after a bad fight. So Loops is the one on the timer here.
Okay. Putting a little bit of pressure on them. I like it. They're probably tuning in. They're like, oh, Zero's saying we gotta go. We gotta do this. And they'll probably push this one along. But in the mid lane here, Black here just being like this giant fur ball is so annoying, very tanky, and just providing a lot of space. Loops getting gone on here with a Magma Slam, finds ABH. He takes a lot of damage, but the Leaping Savior with the shield will keep him alive. And it looks like Loops, again, just backing off, just taking the enemy minions as they come.
Yep, really just forcing Loops to play together as a team. The level difference will start to grow here for the side of Impunity. Black is, again, in their enemy jungle, really just being, like you said, the annoying furball that you really need to deal with. But you kind of want to just ignore him at the same time because he's not really doing anything. But he's just annoying either way. So Loops is trying to answer by doing exactly the same thing, but on the other side of the map.
Okay, yes, I agree. Oh, the burst ram, the Tremor Slam actually misses, and he's gonna go down. And XiaoLin will take this one, and they got an X-Hero as well, and XiaoLin with a double kill thus far, and XiaoLin is gonna be killed as well as Black, and everything has crumbled for Impunity as they even dive the T2. The Unbridled Outburst is going in, and he's tanking it up front, and they get an ace at 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
No one was expecting the damage coming from XiaoLin. I mean, he basically almost finished off the Lianpo with a single skill, and then the follow-up from his ultimate just basically killed 2 heroes. Huge play there by XiaoLin, setting up the whole fight for his team, and that allows his team to also get the tier 1 in the mid, tier 2 at the bottom, and do some decent damage to the tier 3 in the bottom lane as well, propelling their lead to 4,000 after a very slow mid game.
Yeah, what a bit of a mistake there. It's one thing to, like, lose the team fight, but then you lost the entire, the entire squad, and that turned into way more than just, the 5 guys that were killed. But let's check out this replay here. I mean, Megumi thought he was going in and thought he could get onto XiaoLin, but he just turned it around. He just had the damage and just controlled him, and Loops was just all over them. They were like, just chasing after them 5-on-1, not letting Ashin get away, and they ensure that they secured that ace there.
Yeah, that's going to give them the early lead that we said Loops absolutely needed. That is going to put them in a good position, and that gives them another good fight here. X-Hero, Black, and Asing all fall. XiaoLin will follow very soon as well, and that just leaves Megumi 1 versus 5 against the world. Can he survive? No, he cannot. Kanks gets the last hit. Another ace, a back-to-back ace here for the side of Loops. Unfortunately, the bottom lane is a bit too far out, but they will still be able to get the mid-tier 2, it seems, and continue pushing down the bottom tier 3 tower.
Okay, what's worse than one ace? It's a second ace, right? They got him back to back right after the first one, and it looks like Loops are just like, okay, we'll take whatever you're giving us, which is everything, and we'll continue to take the second time. And, Impunity are like, hey, if you die, we're gonna die together. It's ride or die together.
Yeah, probably a bit overzealous at that point, trying to get themselves back into the game. They could have played across the map a little bit better. Don't look for fights so early on, because you can check the items of your opponents, and you know that you are 4,000 or 5,000 behind. It's time to slow down the game, not look for another fight immediately after you just lost the fight.
Yeah, but I mean, it's an awkward situation right now. I mean, look at this. XiaoLin has 9.2k tops across the entire game. Completely, I mean, so many kills already. He's 404. He is not the guy you want to be giving any sort of farm to. So Loops right now in a great position.
Yeah, Marco Polo disfarmed with this lead is a crazy hero scaling towards the late game, and you don't want to play with that. He's just so mobile. He does so much damage at a range, and the pure damage also just melts through the Lianpo, melts through the main key. Tempest gets a kill onto XiaoLin. The marksman is down here for the side of Impunity. They lose the mid-tier tier 3 tower as well, and things are not looking good here. 4 versus 5, net worth difference. No other way to defend except with their bodies here. They do have the Lianpo. They do have the Princess Frost to potentially turn things around, but they had to take an almost perfect fight.
Yeah, almost perfect one. And the Resplendent Revolver doing a decent amount of chunk damage onto Black. They're going to use the Unbridled Outburst. He's going to cut off the lane of retreat, trying to knock him out. And it looks like the Tremor Smash does go in, but it looks like Megumi's going to be down for the count. The base is wide open, the Dream Roam, but he just runs away. He can't even defend it, and they will take game 1. Loops looking very, very strong.
Yeah, we talked about that potential, that aggressiveness that Loops can really bring with the lineup, and they turned it up a notch. They went from 0 to 100 in the span of 2 minutes, and they were able to just... That was the shortest snowball in the history of snowballs. It was it grew to the mega big size it needed to be in less than 3 minutes, and Impunity definitely could have handled that better. But still, props to Loops for not letting go of that pedal. They just went for it once, went for it twice, and just took the win from there. Great first game to start off, to start your series off, because it's going to give you so much morale.
Actually, it kind of didn't feel like Loops really did anything special in that one. Not to take anything away from them, but all of the fights where like Impunity trying to go in and Loops is just like, oh, okay, we'll take this one out. We get an ace, right? And then they were just kind of playing standard again. They were jumped again. And then again, Loops is just like, okay, we'll clean them out again. You know, first time, second time, however many times you want to come at me. But we're just going to continue to clean you up. And Loops just like cleaned up that game, and they just took an easy game 1.
Yeah, I definitely think that the loss was more on Impunity themselves rather than Loops outplaying them, jumping the gun a little bit. They had the better late game team fight. They had the better team fight. So why take team fights that you're not confident in and trying to force things? Maybe they saw that they were behind and tried to even things out with a good fight. But 9 out of 10 times, unless you have a perfect initiation, those team fights are not going to go your way.
The toughest thing about this is that Impunity was trying to force it, trying to do a team fight. And then they just got completely thwarted, right? Yep. Loops had the answer for everything. My worry is that even going into game 2 and 3 is like, hey, if Impunity are in the same situation, do they go for it again? Is it going to shake up their confidence?
Yep.
I mean, I know that this is a long series. It's a best of 5, but it's something to consider as, Impunity go on in this series alone.
Yeah, it might haunt them in the upcoming games. So they really need to reset. That's where your coach, your assistant coach, needs to come in and try to instill that mindset of one game at a time. Just forget the past, try your best in the next game, and just take one step at a time. Like you said, it's a best of 5 series. There's still plenty of more games to really play here for Impunity. They can't really let one loss create that doubt, create that division in the next upcoming games.
Oh, okay. I was going to say one other thing on that post game. They're like the stats of Impunity were all like 0-3-0, 0-4-0. I was like, oh my God, this is like my rank game on my side. Like this is the same KDAs. But let's go into a little bit about the actual stats here. If we're talking about the damage taken, or the damage dealt, Impunity side, really not too much. 47,000 from the XiaoLin. He was kind of out of position at times, so that's not really going to scale too much. But Loops, on the other hand, a little bit more balanced. Kank and, of course, XiaoLin just cleaning house, so to speak.
So much damage there from XiaoLin. It all started from a decent laning stage, followed by just the 2 towers giving him the lead, and then that double kill in towards the first ace just gave him too much of a lead for Impunity to come back from. In a short time, they tried to force things that wasn't what they were supposed to. That didn't give them a lot of benefits, and Loops just took it away from there. And MVP, XiaoLin had an awesome game in this one. You don't really see a lot of Marco Polos really scale to the highest level, but he managed to really carry the game from that marksman position.
Definitely. Totally agree with you. But look at this gold graph, right? You're thinking that Impunity, even with those stats of not even getting a single kill, would have maybe skewed this a little bit more in favor of Loops. But again, for the first 8 minutes or 8-9 minutes, it was just pretty much steady state, or it was very even with Loops. Yep. Loops was not really doing anything. And then all of a sudden you can see these 2 giant humps here. And those are the 2 team fights that Impunity tried to take on. And that's kind of where it skewed incredibly in favor of Loops here.
Yeah, no kills in the entire game probably not really forced them, but it caused them to make that decision of, hey, we need to take a fight right now. And it didn't bode well for them. But the MVP for the first game going towards Mitty on the Zhang Fei, 2-0 and 10. we don't see a lot of support MVPs as well, but Mitty definitely had a good game, keeping everybody alive.
Yeah, support lives matter. I play support as well, so seeing another support player in the MVP column, great. And Mithy really showing how Zhangfei should be played. So seeing this one, you're going to see a lot of him in this one, just kind of protecting the team. But again, this is where Loops, if you're looking at what's happening, like look at this. This is where Megumi went in for this, and Jerry had that fever kill, turned things around, and it just went south for Impunity as everybody got wiped in. All 5 members from Loops still surviving and just chasing them down. They don't really care. They're going to continue on and just get 2 aces back to back.
Yeah, I think they just panicked. This was the second fight that you were talking about, the second ace that they gave away here from the side of Impunity. They were 3,000 behind. They haven't lost the high ground yet, and the scoreline was 0-5. There was definitely much more game to play, but definitely jumped the gun here and put themselves in an unwinnable position from there on. So, you know, it might be the nerves, it might be people not being on the same page, or it just could be just the opening game. You know, everybody's getting warmed up, everybody's still trying to get into that groove, and we might not see the same mistake happen twice there for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, and we've learned that Impunity, they lost game 1 against RRQ the other day, and they know how to bounce back, right? I think that this is still one that's going to go hopefully more than 3 games, unlike the last series. I think that this one will go a little bit longer because I see a lot more fight in Impunity, being able to bounce back, right? And that's definitely a skill that you need to have going into this one. The mental game is real, and Loops will be confident going into game 2, but I think that Impunity really need to bounce back after that game 1.
Yeah, definitely some things to talk about. In this short break, the coach is going to have a few words. Got to make sure the players are at least in the right mindset, because that loss could be tilting to a couple of players on their squad, and they just have to make sure that, you know, they reset, go into the next game with a fresh mindset, and try and win from there.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, I think that if you're throwing out a lot of knowledge, and I'm wondering if, you know, if people out there also, if they're able to do some content creation on their own. Xero, I don't know if you do that as well. I know Blam MOBA does, so feel free to give him a shout out, as well as a follow on for him. But HOK, of course, Honor Kings, we're looking for the best creators out there that, you know, can understand the game, can teach the game, and can kind of show the ropes, because it's very complex. You're seeing it even at the high level. There's a lot of mistakes that the teams might be making, and you know, it's good to kind of get some of those tutorials and those guides, and to see exactly how to play, like, you know, even the next heroes.
Yep, absolutely. It is definitely look out for your favorite creators, and you know, that's where you learn a lot about the games, learning from better players, more experienced players. And I definitely look. If you are one of those creators yourself, make sure you apply to be an official Honor of Kings creator.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like the coaches have kind of given their coach speak. They're kind of preparing for the next draft. There's got to be a lot more pressure on Impunity right now. Again, loser goes home after this best of 5 series. I know Impunity are going to want to bounce back. They're going to figure out. Look at them. They're all very serious. All of them are just kind of worried about this next game. I think one of them has their head down, maybe in prayer. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, this is going to be game 2. Is going in. I know the ban from Loops here.
Yeah, never want to give the Hano to Impunity. He's an absolutely scary player to put his hands on. Is black on the Hano. They sometimes even play on a clash. So very flexible hero. Loops takes Hano out of their hands, and Impunity will ban out the Mai as well as the Luna on their side.
Yes, initial bans. We're gonna see. Like, again, it's just initial. Okay, over the Arlie ban. Okay, Loops is like, okay, we don't want Impunity to run that one. I don't think it was the greatest in the last game, but it's respect. Maybe you just don't want to deal with it, because they did have to counter pick it. But Ashing, what are you going to pick here first for? Okay, the Dahlia. Okay, we've seen that time and time again, though.
Yep, Dahlia openings, especially when she's let through to the ban, is always something that you can always pick in, but that also leaves the Lady Zen in the pool here for Loops if they want to pick up in the first and the second of their draft. So just keeping things open for themselves. Maybe they pick up the lane here, Elaine hasn't really been the focus across both these teams, but they do pick up the ladies and they pick up the Zhang Fei, who was the MVP in the previous game. Mithy definitely had a great game for that, and when you pair that up with the ladies, then that's a lot of team fight on the side of teams.
Oh, a lot of team fights. And I mean, Mithy is just an all-star on the hero, right? It doesn't really, like, it's difficult to deal with, like, to counter pick him. I don't think you go that far, right? But you have to understand where he's going to be at any moment. And Loops, you know, Mithy on the Zhang Fei can just pounce on you and just make your life miserable.
Yep, absolutely. It's the strength of the Zhang Fei. He doesn't look like he deals a lot of damage, but when he gets to the backline, when he pops his ultimate, that's when you know that why Zhang Fei is an absolute beast here. Lady Sun makes her debut today. We've been seeing a lot of Lady Sun throughout the group stage. Kind of have got quieter towards the later stages of the group stage, but Loops will pick her up once again.
Yeah, and late game monster, Lady Sun, we know that just a lot of potential. I feel like Impunity here picked the Princess Frost, and I always look at this as like a poor woman's Lady Jeanne. Like, she's just not as good in a lot of the different things, and I feel like she needs a little bit of a buff in that sense. But Lady Jeanne is just so strong, that's why, right? So it's going to be the mid lane here to counter the Lady Jeanne. I'm not a huge fan of it, but you know, they're probably much better than I at playing her.
It's funny because in Season 1 we said Lady Jeanne is the poor man's Princess Frost. So how the turntables after a single season, how things have changed in this entire scenario. But Loops banning out the Guan Yu and the Dharma. So banning out very aggressive Clash laners, and they're probably going to pick up a strong Clash laner on their own. So something like a Byron, something like a lane. It will be the lane being decided here for the side of Loops to make sure that they win that Clash lane.
Yeah, I like it. Elaine, I mean, you have that mobility, you have that, technically that meteor kill if you're able to kind of launch him up. And if you can get on the Marco Polo, he's going to have a rough time, especially if Elaine is able to kind of just control him. So you have a lot of options, and the mobility is key, of course. And it kind of rounds out with the Zhang Fei, who's somewhat tanky, and Elaine doesn't want to be focused on, right? So Zhang Fei kind of wants to be that guy. So it kind of rounds out that draft pretty nicely.
Yeah, I think Loops definitely looking like it is a very good draft in my opinion. Impunity not doing too bad themselves, kind of missing a more tankier front line. They do have the Kaiser to run in that role, but as time has shown, if you shut down the Kaiser in the jungle, he doesn't provide a lot in those team fights. So Zhang Fei already picked up there by Loops. They just need another aggressive jungler on their side to be able to make those early game invades, and I think Loops should have this game as long as it's something like a Zilong, even a Prince of Lanling can come out here. They go for the Jing, and yeah, it's another aggressive one that looks really good in this fight. I mean, again, Jing against Marco Polo, Princess Frost, and Dolia, she's gonna have a field day against these three heroes.
Oh my gosh, I love Loops' draft right now. I think it's very meta. I mean, Lady Jeanne, most picked, we've already talked about. Elaine, number 3, most picked. Jing, a little bit less, but has a 63% win rate with 8 games. What else can you ask for? And then you put Mithy on the Zhang Fei, and things are looking very good for Loops. I feel like Impunity's lineup, a lot more difficult to play, somewhat squishier. They need to get the right initiations, the right team fights. They cannot be making the same mistakes they made in game 1.
Absolutely not. It's the first game. I mean, we talked about Impunity had the easier to execute lineup, and they still lost. Game number 2, Loops has the easier to execute lineup, and they seem to have an answer to everything that Impunity has drafted for this game. So are we in for a quick series again here, Holler, or can Impunity prove us wrong?
Don't jinx it, man. I want to see this go the distance. I mean, it really comes down to Impunity. They really need to bounce back. Being down 0-2 is almost a chasm that you cannot climb out of. You're going to have a tough time. They need to ensure that they have a good early to mid game to kind of just control them, to give themselves a chance in this series.
Absolutely. And here, you know, just for the viewers who are not very familiar with Elaine, why this hero is so strong is that he doesn't need any mana. He's very sustainable in the lane. His mobility is top notch as well, so he's able to get in and out of dangerous situations. And when he gets to that 12-minute mark, his combinations of damage and as well as sustainability towards the backline is just so hard to deal with that he is the most popular Clash laner in the Season 2 Invitation.
Very popular. There's just so much potential outplay, right? Has a get out of jail free card if you're using him properly. Just a lot of different ways to kind of, you know, dictate how the team fight goes, right? And a lot of the static heroes like Angela really get punished for going up against another lane. So you have a lot of options.
Yeah, top is going to be where both teams are putting a lot of pressure. Oh, Jing in some trouble. Pops the ultimate, trying to heal up the best he can. 2 versus 3 fight, but ABH looks like he's still alive for now. So is Elaine. Elaine hasn't even used his ultimate yet, so he can still get out of that situation. But the rotations came in vain from both sides. Nobody got any kills, so it's going to be slowing down for now.
I always find it funny when you see a Jing like that. ABH obviously understanding how to pilot the Jing properly with the mirror domain, but I always feel like he's just spamming the button. He doesn't know where he is.
He's just
you know
panicking
what I mean?
and just
like,
spamming.
Yeah, he's just panicking. Yeah, it's just like just try to find me because I don't know where I am either.
It probably looks good on the stream. And he's like, all right, I saw someone do this before. Nah, but he probably knows. He probably knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pro player. He's not just talking about it. All right, but Loops here. Okay, they have a slight edge. They've been kind of prioritizing the top lane a bit. Impunity have been just trying to counter that, realizing that Tempest could have a bit of a good lane. So IMP.XiaoLin is kind of pushing into the mid lane here, just putting a little bit of pressure. But again, I think the tail of the tape of this, or the story for this one, will really come down to the bottom lane. This XiaoLin Marco Polo or the Sherry Lady Soon, who's going to come out on top?
It's not much Q potential until they start really moving the Charlotte or the Kaiser downwards along with the Princess Frost to try and get a kill on the Lady Sun. On the other side, it's pretty much the same as well, but they probably can just move the Jing. Jing can really stick towards the Marco Polo to try and burst him down, get a kill. But the Dulia is always going to be an issue. The knockbacks are annoying, they heals as well. So we're looking at a rather passive early laning stage until the 4-minute mark when they're trying to take the first objective around the map. But outside of that, I'm not expecting any kills going on either way unless somebody walks into the Dulia and tries to pop the ultimate. Nope, looks like ABH will be happy to let her go.
Yeah, but look at Black all the way invading it, as well as the XiaoLin just cutting the waves, forcing Tempest to have a little bit more of an awkward going. He's forced to kind of farm under the tower or tank it, and just kind of pushing that a little bit of pressure in that lane, while the rest of them, XiaoLin and Black, then go and invade the enemy jungle, taking what they can. So Impunity coming out with a different, strategy going into game 2.
Yeah, definitely favorable trade for Impunity. They're farming on 2 sides, they're farming on 2 heroes, while Tempest is having to trade his HP for farm and experience. So Impunity much better early game compared to the last. They are still behind by 1,000 gold though.
Still behind, but I mean, they still need to figure out ways to get back in. Impunity have done a good job of just kind of at least putting pressure so that Loops is showing on the map. I think the scariest thing is not knowing where they are. Like ABH all of a sudden disappeared off the map. Where is he? He's actually trying to steal your Azure Golem. He's looking to go for the smite, and he does take it out.
That's a big steal, taking it away from Kaiser. The Kaiser's not going to want to take a fight in the next upcoming few seconds. Lots of damage being dealt towards X0. He's not falling though. Able to use the flash towards safety. Kaiser rotates towards the mid to try and cut off towards Kank, but the ABH will also show his face there just to scare him off.
Yeah, just to scare him off, and he's gonna. X0 will have to recall back home. Loops have done a great job of just pushing him out of the lane. Sometimes it's, you don't have to kill the guy.
Yep.
You just make him scared, and life again is like a resource. So he needs to recall back, and that's gonna take time away from him. And if you're looking at this XP differential, X0 is level 6, Kank is level 7, so it's already paying dividends.
Yep, absolutely. It's never about the kills most of the time. And here, ABH 1 versus 3, trying to go for a kill towards the Princess Frost. Gas the kill. Here comes the
Unbridled Outburst. Oh, he was sick. He did push him away, but no, ABH does go down in the end. Oh, I thought Mithy had this save with the Unbridled Outburst, pushing him away. Oh, but Mithy now, he leaping saviors back under tower. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Marksman for the jungle for the mid. Not a good trade there for Loops. that also means that this Tyrant is in danger. Does Mithy has the smite? Yes, he does, but he's not going to try and go for it, as Black will secure it with his own smite, and that gives Infinity a way back into this game. They got a better trade-off in terms of kill. They also got the first Tyrant, but top lane.
What? XiaoLin
Lady
dies to Sherry.
That's not. You're not expecting either of the marksmen to die to each other. They've got mobility. They've got ways to escape, but somehow XiaoLin got the kill with full HP left, so...
Oh, that is a disaster at this point. Sherry will continue to farm. That net worth lead is starting to grow. It's about 500 already. He's starting to kind of separate himself from XiaoLin, putting pressure in. XiaoLin doing the walk of shame all the way back to the bottom T2, but he's going to walk into 4-member of Loops, who uses the Unbridled Outburst to push him away, the Flowing Sigh, and he jumps right in. The nice knockup from Ashin, keeping him alive, but ABH thought about going, and he does. He gets the Mirror Domain, and he slices and dices, and I don't know which one is real.
Really fast kill there, but they at least are able to slow them down to dissuade them from taking the bottom tier 3 tower. If the bottom tier 3 tower fell in 7 minutes, that would be an absolute disaster here for the side of Infinity, but they managed to hold on. It's still a 2,000 net worth lead for the side of Loops. Not insurmountable, not huge, and after they get this top tier 1 tower, it should even out a little bit more, but looks like no more pressure coming in from Impunity on the top.
Yeah, no more pressure, because I mean they don't have that top T1, right? The bottom T2 has been taken as well, and Loops can kind of dictate whatever fight they want. They've taken XiaoLin as well, and ABH has started this style. Like Impunity, all they can do is watch as their teammates die and just try to attack them, but Loops just get in and out like a guerrilla squad.
Apt for a team with a Zhang Fei pick. Here, XiaoLin will be able to get the top tier 2 tower and also get the Sage Golden buff away from the side of Loops, from the side of Impunity once again. This Kaiser is suffering without those jungle buffs. 4 heroes here to secure it. This Kaiser's not going to get that cooldown reduction anytime soon.
Oh, that's sad. That's tough. ABH going in yet again. The Mirror Domain. They've got the knockup onto Black. Black trying to get out of this domain. Tempest is now joined the fight. Gets the Meteor kill. Knocks him up, but Tempest gets a little bit low. The Death at Sunset. Oh, he gets back to safety, and he gets pushed back. XiaoLin with the Resplendent Revolver. Not going to do enough.
Couldn't really commit for that kill. He was a bit too low and had to back off. But Kaiser, a lot more tankier than we'd expected. He's not the top of net worth. He has his Cloak of Flames completed already, but he doesn't really have the next tier of items yet. Doesn't really do too much damage. He's just a giant meat shield for now. But compared to the Lady Sun, who's already at 7.2k net worth, that is a huge lead there for the Lady Sun.
Oh, the Resplendent Revolver right into ABH. He dashes away the Mirror Domain. He just finally gets picked off, and XiaoLin will get credit for this one. And Impunity actually deserved that. That was a long-awaited ambush by them.
Yeah, that was super fast. That was super fast play as well. Getting that might enable them to get this mid tier 1 tower to open up the map a little bit towards their favor. Princess Frost drops. Winter is coming on towards the tower to try and ensure they get it, but looks like the Zhang Fei will be able to dissuade. But on the top lane, Tempest playing the macro game very well, almost pushing down the top tier 3 tower by himself, but he is in trouble. Can he get out? He does still have his ultimate to get out of here if he wants to. Pops it right now. The chase is coming on, or is there backup coming? No, there's no backup. He's trying to survive on his own, but the damage from Asing way too much, and he will fall.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk you take when you try to split push. Tempest was putting pressure on that top T3, and he did quite a bit of damage. It's down about to, like, what, 20% life already? So he's kind of created space for the rest of the team, for Loops again, to just kind of push in the other lanes, and now it looks like they're going to look to take the Overlord here by Impunity. So a little bit of space given, some other space taken away from elsewhere.
It's going to be an even trade for the jungle objectives. Tyrant is going to provide you damage, while the Shadow Vanguard is going to help Impunity repair these lanes, especially towards the top lane. You got to make sure to buy as much time as possible towards the top so that they don't lose more real estate and become harder to defend their jungle.
Okay, that was a pretty good sequence of events for Impunity, right? The fact that they got the Overlord, they got ABH, they turned it also into a Tempest kill, and they've gotten that T1, right? Yes, they're still behind in terms of the net worth, but these are small steps, baby steps to get themselves back in the game. Impunity have done some decent things in the past 3 to 4 minutes, so they're giving themselves a chance to win.
Yeah, definitely. They are not forcing the issue like they did in the first game, so this is already in a much better spot for them. But here's XiaoLin trying to backdoor the tower, will get the last hit, so that's going to be the first tier 3 going down. Also, the Shadow Vanguard is going to fall soon after, basically without doing anything at all. So Loops is still in a good position nonetheless. They are still 4,000 ahead and looking to take more real estate away. But the Jing finishes off X.Hero. He's going to fall, and Impunity will not be able to take the upcoming fight. They lose the mid-tier to tier 1 tower, and more of their buffs going towards the way of Loops.
Yeah, and this net worth lead is like grown, right? It's 4K right now, but let me just say XiaoLin actually has a net worth lead of 2K above any other player from Impunity. That's how far ahead he is right now. He's absolutely a monster. You go near him, he blows it up. He backdoors your tower because he has the damage. He don't care. He's 10.4. Look at this. And then next closest, XiaoLin, 8.3, well behind XiaoLin right now.
Yeah, XiaoLin has been playing like an absolute beast for both these games, in fact. And when you give the Lady Sun this much farm this early, you know that you're in trouble. And XiaoLin has been absolutely killing it in this game and the previous game as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the team only has 5 kills, right? XiaoLin has one of those kills, but, you know, ABH has been doing all of the work, so to speak, in terms of the kill department, you know, 4-2-0. So, again, both of these guys really working off each other, complementing their own play styles to get themselves in this, and they have full control. Loops right now, fully dominant. Impunity have 0 space to work with.
Yeah, they are more or less holed up in their base. Anytime somebody goes out, then they are in danger. ABH took a bit of damage from the Lady Frost, from the Princess Frost, as well as the Marco Polo. Nothing he can't heal up away from, as Loops poised to try and pressure on both sides. That's going to be the mid and the bottom. And once they connect the creep waves, they might be able to slowly chip away at the tier 3s.
Look at how they've controlled the map. They've got full control, and they just pushed him out. They've got all the way in the front. Mithy is in the front lines. He's like your scout, your forward scout, seeing where the enemy is at all points. And like the minions are just coming out of the base right now. So again, Loops can continue to push. Impunity, on the other hand, all 5 of them sticking together, holding hands, pushing out, and just trying to clear their own jungle. And Black so scared he can't even face check that bush. So again, Impunity right now very reactive to Loops' movements across the map.
Yeah, and if you're reacting, you're always going to be 1 step slower than your opponent. So Impunity needs to pull out a rabbit from the hat here to try and get a favorable fight going towards them, where they are able to secure the win for that fight in particular. But the Tyrant does go towards the way of Loops, and we might see a high ground attempt with this buff.
Okay, the rabbit that's being pulled out of the hat, is it worth 6K net worth? Because I don't think that's going to help them. That's not enough, right? They need more. They need like multiple rabbits at this point.
Or they're going to need a bigger hat.
No, a bigger hat. Or just a fatter rabbit. Is that what it is? All right, but Loops here continuing to just dominate. They've got a 6K net worth lead, pushing it across. XiaoLin is going to recall back to safety. These Drakes are starting to push. And again, it's just they've slowed it down. Loops have nothing to do, like they don't need to force the issue. They have plenty of time. They have full control. They just find that pick off. Impunity gets out of position with 1 guy. They turn it into a 5 vs 4. Loops can then just end the game.
So actually, that's exactly what the Loops is trying to do right now. They know that they are stronger at this point, so they want a strength test. They want to take it away from Impunity. They don't want to give them more time to recover. And Am trying to end this game right here and now. Bottom lane got pushed out a little bit, so Elaine's there to fix it. But once the next dragon arrives, that should be the last tier 3 tower standing. Jing also trying to steal the blue jungle buff. It has not spawned, so he has to play without it for a little bit. But once those dragons reach, that's where your tier 3s... Oh, Jing going towards the back line. So much damage towards the Princess Frost, but he manages to stay alive for the moment.
Oh, stays for the moment, but he's going to be down. Ashing is going to be the first to fall. ABH will get yet another kill, rack him up. And it looks like Mithy will go into Unbridled Ferali form. He's going to just kind of create the path. They've already got all of the T3s. It is a matter of time. But it looks like Loops have made the call. They're going to regroup and come back to fight yet another day.
3-6 in terms of score. It is still possible for Impunity to come back from this game. The lead is not insurmountable. It's about 8,000 difference at the moment. But without those tier 3s, it also means the creep waves are constantly being pushed out to the front of your base, and you're not going to extend on that lead without making a huge team fight happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and Sherry here, 14.1k net worth. And then 13.6 by ABH. Oh my gosh, those guys are literally the 1%, right? They're super rich.
Yeah, that's all down to just the tempo that Loops had for the entire game. They had, what, 6 kills in total? Only 2 of them were at the 10-minute mark, if I remember correctly. But they've set themselves in a position where they can really take these fights. And Impunity still trying to catch up, still trying to play the macro game against StarCraft players. Oh, what is this? What is this wrapper?
Chasing out XiaoLin. He's going to be chased. The meteor kill knocks him up. But Tempest needs to be careful. He's going to be focused down. He's going to be the first to fall. But the base is wide open. Nice play by Ashing, trying to slow it down. But the base is going to be taken out, and Loops will just take him out. And they will take game 2.
Clean game here from Loops. Again, another one of those games where you really can't find any fault in Loops' gameplay. It's like they played standard. They played, how you expect a team to play at this highest level, and somehow they are making it easy for them.
Okay, my only fault in Loops is that they need to figure out ways to end the game 5 minutes sooner, right? I think that they were in full control. They were completely dominant, but it's one of those things where you got to close it out. I mean, don't get me wrong. All jokes aside, I really have zero fault or things that I can kind of fix in this Loops, offense, so to speak, because they were just like controlling the game. They were very strong.
Absolutely. Yeah, like it is, their potential last game to qualify for, if they want to qualify for the round of 4. So you can't fault the team for really playing it safe, just dotting their I's and crossing their T's to make sure they make it there.
Yeah, make sure that they do. Yeah, you're absolutely right? Just secure the win. Don't do anything silly.
Yep.
Again, just discipline game, right? Discipline Honor of Kings. Just make sure that you just choke them out when you need to. Again, find those gaps when they do make those mistakes. And Impunity was made some in the very, very end. But again, they just had full control. This is one of those games where they're going to have to look back on and be like, oh my gosh, how do we deal with this Loops pressure? Like from early game to throughout, I think we'll see this in the gold graph. It was just very difficult for Impunity to get anything going.
Yeah, their jungle was just shut down from the get-go. Kaiser without farm doesn't really do a lot, so maybe not such a farm-dependent jungle. Something that can roam early, something that can get things done around the map. But let's take a look at the final item progressions here for all these players and Loops. What an absolutely scary Lady Sun there. Sage's Sanctuary, you got to add to Torment. Basically everything he needs to end the game and then some on that Lady Sun.
Yeah, and I mean, kill-wise, like it's one of those things where, hey, we're trying to play better, so we just die less, right? And Impunity was trying to limit that as much as possible. But the macro game from Loops, the control and just being able to, take the objectives is just really where Loops shines, right? They understand how to play the objective game as opposed to just the, go in and kill everybody game, which some other, players in my ranked games will play.
Yeah, but Loops just very surgical aggression. They were able to just continue on the pressure. You see a lot of teams that do that play aggressive at the start, but then fall off towards the end. But Loops did it time and time again throughout nearly every point of the game, and Impunity just had no answer in their lineup to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this, I mean, look, Black, very tanky, taking the most on the team, which was to be expected, but he wasn't able to do as much damage in return. He was very reactive and kind of had to build up defensively. And I think that it's more on the lines of Impunity's draft, right? Forcing Black to play like this defensive tank when no one else can do it, it's kind of limiting what Black can do, which, you know, he wants to be able to do some damage and get in the heart of the enemy team, but if you're just taking all the shots, it's going to be a tough time for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be a game plan issue here for Impunity. They might have come into the draft thinking that the Marco Polo and the Charlotte will be the main damage dealers, so Black just needs to be a bit tankier, but XiaoLin isn't able to really deal with the likes of the Jing and the Charlotte, and you just don't have enough everywhere else. If you look at the damage split, it's just everyone wasn't really doing huge damage at all.
And speaking of the gold graph, went directly in favor of Loops. I mean, just start to finish, just closed out the game. Just very strong, very well-disciplined team, just closing it out, right? I think if we're going to go back to that draft, though, I think Impunity really lacked any sort of control, right? The Jing was just a menace. ABH, I think he was definitely my MVP going into this one because just about how much pressure he put, and he was so mobile. Like, they could not control him, they could not get to him, and you know, Elaine on top of them. It was just way too much for Impunity to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely a rough situation for Impunity to be in right now. 0-2 down. Lady Zen gets the MVP for game number 2. It's going to go to Clank, 103, not the most impressive scoreline, but hey, we know that the Lady Zen is just more than kills. It's the teamfight utility, it's the CC, it's the long range pokes that makes this hero the #1 pick in Season 2.
Boo is all I can say. I disagree with this MVP. I think it should have been ABH on the Jing. There was more impact throughout. But we'll see the replay, and then we'll make another decision on that one. But ABH, look at this one. He's dodging around, just going from image to image, and it looks like Black is like, I don't know how to deal with this. I'm taking a lot of damage. And they got 0 kills out of that rotation. So it's a time wasted. And they got nothing out of this. ABH, 1 versus 3, I don't care. I'm going to get first blood. And he does die in the end, but XiaoLin gets him with that Fever Barrage. But still, it's one of those things where look at how much pressure he's put on. XiaoLin is not free farming because of that.
Yeah, it is just too much for them to really deal with. The constant pressure, the diving, you know, you got the Zhang Fei, you got the Jing. They can go in and out really quickly, and the burst from the Jing is absolutely huge. Here's Yabin. ABH did fall once, but ultimately, at this point in time, they're still in a really tough situation just because of how the lanes are pushed out and handled, and Loops never giving up any opportunities. They took every opportunity they've gotten, and it's paying off so far. 2-0 for them in the round of 8.
Yeah, 2-0, and they're looking very strong at this point. This is a situation where look at XiaoLin completely on the wrong side. And the rest of Loops is like, okay, we'll let Tempest die, and then we'll just take the base. Like, the base is wide open, and the rest of Impunity are like, oh, crap, our base, we forgot about him. We got to go back, and we got to defend, and just not quick enough. So Tempest doing his job, even of pulling out the enemy team, just, again, everybody understanding what they need to do.
Yeah, great showing there for the Brazilian side. I mean, I wouldn't say I counted them out, but I thought this would be a much closer series between Impunity and the side of Loops. But I mean, Loops definitely showing us why they are the second best team from Brazil. Sorry, one of the best teams from Brazil, in fact, in this current tournament, and they are looking like they're in a good spot to move on to the top 4.
Yeah, it's about the fundamentals of getting themselves into those situations where how to play with a lead, right? And if you think that you're good enough to take on Loop, you think you can beat out Impunity, try your luck. Go to the Open Series. Of course, this is going to be the second split. Registration starts from July 8th to the 19th. All you need to do is register in the Honor of Kings app. So get your team, get your 4 of your other buddies to sign up. You think you're better than these guys? You think you can take them down? Prove it. Get yourself into that split too.
Yeah, and you know, it might be the gateway to an upcoming budding career for yourself in the Honor of Kings esports circuit. I mean, that's how All Gamers Global made it here to the Season 2 Invitational. They won the Open Series, and eyeballs are on them. But speaking of winning, I mean, It's Loops 1 game away. They are 1 game away from almost doubling their prize pool won so far. And you know, some teams they tend to, this is where they start crumbling.
Yeah, it's tough. When you're in a hole, this comes back to the coaching, right? It's just calming people down. It's like, you know, if you look at professional sports today, like basketball, they can come down 0-3 or whatever in like those finals, right? It's because of the fact that they're just like, hey, we got to like start over. We have the resolve. We've been there before. Yeah, we've lost games, but it's not over till it's over. And Impunity really need to have that same mindset of getting themselves of just like shake it off. Yes, the draft, the play style, okay, a lot of other things were not great, but let's start from scratch right here and just get ourselves into a, you know, a 0-0 matchup and just look at it as like a best of ones just as we move forward.
Yep. Gotta reset, gotta put 1 foot ahead of the other. Take one match at a time is definitely the mindset they need to have at this point, because one final draft might decide how long can they stay in this tournament, and they just gotta really pull out all the stops at this point. Loops draft of game number 3 will ban out the Hano once again, while Impunity respect ban on ABH's Jing as well as on Luna, and the Ladies Zen will not see the battlefield in game number 3.
Okay, for the record, the knockout stage is going to go all the way to Sunday, so we have plenty more games ahead of ourselves, assuming that you do survive, right? That's the biggest thing. You do not want to go home. This is one of those things where you want to continue. The prize pool is very large, and you want to get your fair shake of it, and you need to survive. Impunity right now, with their backs on the wall, need to figure out some way to solve this puzzle that Loops has been throwing at them, and it has not been an easy situation for Impunity. They need a much better draft here.
Yeah, absolutely not. They've been really back against the walls for both the first 2 games, and you know, this is their one last shot to come up with something that can give them a fighting chance. But look at Loop's draft. They've got the Arlie, they've got the Mai. So much aggression in these 2 heroes.
A lot of mobility, a lot of potential burst. To be honest, I think Impunity needs ways to control. They don't have the lockdown that they need, and again, Elaine is one of those ones where you probably want more lockdown on him. So there are definitely some holes in Impunity's lineup. They need to shore them up and to deal with these somewhat high mobile, high damaging heroes that Loops has.
Absolutely, it's they need something that, in basketball terms, they need a stop. They need to find a stop right now to slow down the aggression, to punish the aggression some way or the other. And what options are there here for Impunity? Zhang Fei is great to stop them, but he doesn't really... Sorry, he does great slowing them down, but he doesn't really fully stop them. So another big team fight hero, maybe like a Zhou Yu, something that punishes them for running in, could be what they're looking for.
Yeah. They're gonna have to figure out, like, their initiations haven't been great. They've been very reactive to what Loops has been doing. I mean, basically, you know, in simple terms, I think that the initiator, when they take that fight, they will have an advantage, right? People on the enemy team will not be in the right position, all these things. But, you know, as the initiator, if you're like, hey, we're going to go, then everybody's going together, then, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a much better initiation, so you have that advantage.
Yeah, they need something to go along those lines here for Impunity, whether it is to have a good counter or just a better initiation. So
your favorite hero. Just got selected. Dude.
I mean, the numbers don't lie. Dunn has had a spectrum of successes. He's looked really great, and also looked really terrible in some games. But I think in this draft alone, it does fit into what Loops is trying to do. Fast tempo, fast pace. You got a jungle which provides stuns, who doesn't need a lot of farm, and can really increase the tempo of your team. So Dunn, in that sort of pigeonhole, there's no other hero like Dunn. But unfortunately, that's the only thing he's really good at. So if Loops is drafting him for that specific purpose, then that's the perfect hero in the jungle for them.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, Dune has done all right in terms of win rate. I think it's close to like a 53% or something. So, I mean, I can see why there's a little bit of disbelief in him and the potential of it. But I'm looking at this draft now, right, where they finished off Impunity with Menki and Angela. Angela, in my opinion, this is the worst pick going up against that lineup from Loops. You're going to get blown up by Mai, Arlie, and Elaine is going to jump on you with it every single Death at Sunset. Angela's positioning needs to be flawless. It has to play, is going to be playing scared almost the entire game. And to be honest, Angela should probably go back to the library.
I guess one reason why they pick up the Angela here and not like the Princess Frost or something is that Angela can really punish divers and people get out of position. And you know, with his Blazing Barrage, if she's able to land that skill, that is just such a huge tempo stopper for anyone trying to dive in. So Angela gets a couple of kills early, then you really see that hero start to snowball. She's one of those heroes that really snowballs early if she gets a couple of kills. So Impunity on their last legs of this tournament. Will this be the last time we see them in Season 2, or will they enable us to go to a game number 4?
Yeah, okay. Well, you are very positive and Pollyanna, I would say, on the Angela pick. I'm definitely more negative. I think you're going to have a hard time. I think X0, everything is on his shoulders, right? If he's able to get those early kills to kind of get himself started, because if not, he's going to be chased and it's going to be a rough time. As I say this, Wind Slash knocks up Black. He's getting focused in. He can't get away. Wow. He's going to give up first blood, and XiaoLin will take this one. And already, it's looking in the favor of Loops as they take the Azure Golem.
I don't even know what they call it right now. Silver lining is that they're trying to steal the Sage Golem away. It does go towards the Zhang Fei, which, in the grand scheme of things, nothing is basically achieved there for the side of Impunity. But hey, they got something out of that. But you know, Gun already has the blue buff, so he's not gonna missing that at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's already been stolen or whatever, so I think they'll be they'll take it. But you got to take something back, and Impunity were able to do this. But again, that entire shift off with the first blood and the steal, it's already a 1K net worth lead for Loops. So it's just a matter of time. Again, Impunity need to figure out ways to dig themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a good game plan to start off with. Clear the mid wave with 3 heroes, rotate 4 heroes to the blue buff, and just make Menki's life an absolute nightmare. And we see here Frenzy, not a very common skill that we see people pick up, but it's perfect there for the Arlie. Speaking of Arlie, he's in trouble, a bit too deep, taking a lot of damage from the tower. Will fall, but not before he gets a kill on towards not towards our Sing. So 1-for-1 trade so far. Can he get something else a little bit more?
Oh, nice trade room.
ABH in trouble. Can he get out? No, he cannot. That was the start that we wanted Angela to have. That Angela needed to have is an early snowball, and that's a great start. Getting a kill on towards ABH, and Impunity is able to strike back and close things out in terms of the network.
Okay, Loops right now, I feel like they're playing a little unconventional. Okay, Kank here, forcing the issue, gets the knockback, and XiaoLin comes in at the right time. Wow. Kank had the bat signal up, and you know, XiaoLin comes in at the right time for this one, and the Death at Sunset. Tempest somehow survives under the tower, and it looks like the Scorching Barrage just barely not able to hit Tempest here.
Good movements there. It's just barely surviving through all of that. Angela still doesn't really feel too bad, you know, just of not getting that kill. Was able to clear out the waves and push out as well. But here we take a look again. Kank really setting things up for the rotations coming in here for Xere, and he picks the fruits of her labor and propels Arlie to the mid game in a much stronger position.
What a great play for them. I mean, Loops is just like, Kank is like, sets it up. XiaoLin already behind because he died, and is like, oh, okay, I'll give you this free food. Come and take it. And the timing on that could not have been more impeccable. So Loops, again, just understanding how to play this one. It's a 2 versus 2 in the enemy jungle, ABH. The Dream Roam from Black just to kind of get in under the tower of the T1, but looks like there's going to be a side rotation. X0 looking for that second pickoff to kind of give him that head start that you were talking about, that good lead that you're talking about. But still, he's a little bit behind in terms of the net worth.
2,000 net worth. He needs around 6,000 to really start bursting people down with the Staff of Reprobation. But things are still pretty even in terms of the net worth on both sides. Dunn has to get out of there. And not going to be an issue. Not a lot of CCs from the side of Impunity at the moment. And the first Tyrant will spawn. Oops, trying to secure it, but they do have to play against 2 smites on the side of Impunity.
Oh, nice. Unruly Blade connects, but the Dream Roam gets him out of there. Black is back to safety. Tyrant is about half-life. He knocks up 2, and XiaoLin just lit steps away, and ABH will take the Tyrant, gets the smite. He's got the fastest fingers. The Meteor Kill, not going to hit anybody. He's going to be knocked up, and the Enlightenment blows him up, and Tempest will take out Black. And it looks like Black is the only one to have fallen.
Yeah, Megumi as well as XiaoLin was pretty low, but they weren't able to dive any deeper behind the tower. So Impunity has to be grateful that they didn't lose anymore. That would have caused probably an uncontrollable snowball there for the side of Loops, but still not a good position they want to find themselves in. 1.5k down in 5 minutes in, and Loops still seems to have their number in terms of these movements across the map.
Yeah, they definitely have their number. They're already starting to slowly whittle away at them as they've kind of grown this net worth lead. And look at the map, right? Impunity right now playing scared. They're staying on their side of the river, realizing that, you know, Loops could be anywhere. They could be in the bush. They could be right behind me. I don't even know. Like, they're just everywhere, and they're playing scared, and you see it in their movements.
Absolutely. It's been... This is what we're talking about in game number 1, is the mistakes of your first game is making you doubt yourself in the last game potentially. So if you're not able to reset from that, then it might affect your decision making in the games and really cause issues for you. But XiaoLin, able to get that bottom tier 1 tower, the cheeky play that you can do with some of the marksman heroes to really just poke the tower until it falls. But it still keeps Impunity here in the game. Here comes the Maisha Nui trying to go for a kill. Angela pops the ultimate to try to play a bit more defensively. Oh, but the knockback by Dharma.
Gets him. Finds Sherry. He's going to be down. He's going to look to back off. So the Unbridled Outburst is going to be used. The Unruly Blade keeps ABH alive. And they do get that pick off, and that's a pretty big win for Impunity as they got Sherry down for another 10 seconds.
Yeah. Arlie cannot be initiated on if she hasn't set up the parasol. He's just not very survivable if it's caught out like that. So gotta look out a little bit more for positioning, but all in all, not the worst things to happen this early on. It's not gonna amount to too much. It's just the Vanguard, the Overlord Vanguard falling towards the side of Impunity, which allows Impunity to cut down the lead slightly, but Loops still in the driver's seats for now.
Still in the driver's seat, and it's just more of like the objectives and the towers that have been taken out by Loops, right? They've just kind of forced the issue of playing, again, Impunity just sticking far behind. They're trying to make some plays. They are getting some kills. They're getting themselves back into this. But again, it's more of Loops just playing very strategic.
Yep, they absolutely have. They've been their aggression has been calculated, and they've been able to stop crucial heroes from getting the front. But here, bottom lane.
Oh, Meteor Kill. He's just going to go right for this Death at Sunset all the way in the bottom lane. Kank just trying to stay alive, but XiaoLin, Blazing Brilliance, that's going to be aborted. The Dream Roam is not going to hit him. XiaoLin is down for the count already. Megumi runs over the wall, and it looks like XiaoLin on the run as well. And ABH all the way in the front. He wants more. He finds Megumi. He's going to go for this one. Kank actually finds Black as well. The Dream Bubble pushing him out, but Sherry will take that mid T1, and they've capitalized off of that kill.
Yep, good engagement there from Loops. They really split up the fights. Everybody was kind of in a small skirmish, and a lane absolutely just feasted on XiaoLin, who cannot get away after using up the flash. So getting the mid tier 1 tower, absolutely huge as well for the side of Loops to be able to control your enemy's jungle. And with the bottom, with the Tyrant spawning in a few more seconds, everybody needs to go back and regen to be in a good position for the next upcoming fight.
And the next one's going to be pretty huge. I mean, if we're looking at this one, the replay of what happened, nice Meteor Kill, knocking him up. They go in for this one. Tempest uses the Death at Sunset, keeping himself alive. And it looks like he's chasing after, gets another beautiful Meteor Kill, ensures that he gets XiaoLin, which is the biggest win for all of that. And then now they're trying to look to start this Tyrant here.
Yep, this is going to give them a much bigger lead. Oh, but they catch out the IMP.XiaoLin. You see, in trouble. He did have to use the flicker, the flash to get out of there. Oh,
the unruly blade connects. Dream Realm. Oh, just backs off. Loops are gonna just back off, and they're gonna look to take a free tyrant. They push them away. They forced Impunity back, and Impunity, all they can do is just cry home and just watch as the tyrant gets taken here.
Again, another good engagement. They didn't get any kills there for the side of Loops, but they were able to push them back, secure the tyrant. Now they can regen and really defend this shadow. This
Enlightenment! IMP gives him the truth, throws it down, blows him up. Sherry was like, what just happened?
Yeah, these are the kind of stops that, Impunity needs to do to try and get themselves back in the game. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's going to be the lane pushing all the way down to the tier 2 tower. It will fall. IMP trying to do the same in towards the top, but that's just the tier 1. That also means he's not going to be there for the fight that's about to happen towards the mid lane, unless he starts rotating in.
Dream Realm right onto Kank. Kank dashes away. Hits a Megumi. Tries to go for the Forbidden Domain. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be used to just zone them away. The Death at Sunset. He's going to commit for this one. He goes in. He might have gone too deep. He's got the Death at Sunset. He gets himself out. The Meteor kill, but he's going to be forced and he gets killed. IMP will take him down and ensures that he gets it. This Monk is scary and violent. The Blazing Brilliance, more zoning him away. And it looks like Impunity are going to back off here. They might take the Tyrant. No, Megumi just dashes up the wall.
Arlie did so much damage, but she wasn't able to fully do the damage, just afraid of dying at that point. Impunity though, backed off after that fight, knowing that their members weren't that healthy. They didn't have any heals compared to Dalia. They might be able to get it. No, ABH will be able to secure the last hit, and the Menki will have to back off. Oh, IMP once again!
Another pickoff play. He's had some decent plays. He's gotten some pickoffs. I mean, he throws it out and the damage can be on point, but ABH now going in for this one. IMP taking it to the house and taking out ABH. XiaoLin, excuse me. IMP will fall. Sherry gets the outplay. He did have the list step, so he did dodge that one. XiaoLin is going to be killed, and Black now being focused, and Tempest will take out the cutest hero on the map.
Yeah, definitely overstayed that welcome a little bit there for the side of Impunity. I mean, there was no more objective. At that point, you know that the lane is respawning, is coming back towards the fight, and that set up Tempest for a huge double kill, and brings the lead back to 3,000 here for the side of Loops. Also, IMP almost was the savior of that engagement again, but the LPS.Xere was just able to survive with the skin of his teeth, and was just able to get that shutdown on towards IMP.
I feel like if Impunity were to be like, hey, we need to focus on the Sherry, or we need to focus on this X hero, they would have a much better time. Right now, it seems like there's a lot of isolated fights, and yeah, IMP is able to make a couple plays and supposed to get some pickoffs, but it will really help them because then they're like, okay, we have the full lockdown, we're able to do this, as opposed to being spread throughout. It makes it a very difficult team fight.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, they just need to focus fire on the same target because that will free up your heroes much easier. That means that it will be a 2 versus 1 or 2 versus 2 situation, and with how IMP has been playing, it's been really, really crisp. But oh, a lane.
Oh, Megumi, he had the most awkward, dare I say bad, the Unbridled Outburst, but the Death Realm Black, he's going to be in a bad spot as well. He's going to be picked off. All 5 members of Loops still alive, just waiting for the next minion wave. It's looking to crash here. They're just starting to celebrate. They're starting to push it across. The Unruly Blade tries to go in for this one. He does end up getting killed. Kank is going to be down, and it looks like ABH getting a little bit close. Tempest is getting focused in. He's being kited. He does get the Meteor kill, but Tempest somehow out healing it. He gets picked off, and XiaoLin will take this one. It's a 2 for 2, and Loops has to go back home limping.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the best call. Half your heals were down in HP. Dalia wasn't able to provide the heals in time, and the creep wave was just dealt very well there by the Angela. So, on hindsight, not the best fights to take. I understand that Loops, tried to force the issue to go for the win at that point, but sometimes you just have to dial it back a little bit. You're up 5,000. You just took a great team fight. Regen, go for the next one with full health on everybody, and you're probably gonna win.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more, I would say, impatience from the Loop side, right? They have the bottom lane completely. Ooh, ABH gets blown up. Oh, Ashe going for this one. He does have the enlightenment, does end up doing the damage, and Cake is going to be killed as well. And XiaoLin is starting to turn it up. He's starting to have that damage, but the death at Sunset, he's looking to go for Xiaohero. Is he able to kill him? He's continuing to focus on him. Xiaohero does go down. They're turning this around. The flashback. XiaoLin is down. Xere's going to take that one. He's going to fall in return. And so it's going to be a 3-for-3. They're continuing. Black is just looking to just stand 1 versus 2, while his friend Megumi is just like, I'll just push the wave and recall because there's not much else I can do, my friend.
Zhang Fei had a look of that situation. He was like, all right, I'm out of here. Not much you can really do, like you said. There's not really. He can provide some shields, but ultimately then it will be a case of 2 heroes dying instead of 1. So in the grand scheme of things, probably the best call was just to recall and just dissuade them from any further pushes. But Loops somehow managing to turn that fight around. They lost 2 heroes at the start of the fight, but the main damage dealers, which are the Arlie as well as Tempest, did not fall, and they were the 2 that were able to provide most of the damage for the cleanup.
Alright, with friends like Megumi, who needs enemies, right? No, I'm just kidding. He saved himself. Probably the smarter play. It was going to be very difficult for Black to get on out of this one. But again, Loops forcing it out. I think continuing my point from earlier is that last time their gameplay might have been a little bit more boring, right? In the sense that they were very just like suffocating. They were forcing it out, taking away space. But Loops felt like they were a little impatient. They forced the bottom T3 and they got punished for it.
Yep, absolutely. Like, that was definitely an unnecessary move in my book. Trying to end the game right there and then. If everyone was full HP, I would understand it, but everyone half the members, especially your front lines, ABH was like sitting around with 25% of his health. And that means nobody's going to be able to frontline for you. And then that means D'Angela is going to be able to land skills on crucial heroes. Yeah. But thankfully for Loops, it doesn't seem like that's stopped them so far. It slowed them down for sure, but they're still able to take this fight. Top tier 3 tower dropping really quickly from the damage of the Arlie. That leaves only the mid lane.
I think the Bridal Outburst just zoning them away, creating a little bit of space, but the top T3 is already taken out. They've taken the minion wave as well, and Impunity live to see at least the next wave.
Yep, Elaine was a bit spread out from the rest of his team, tried to go for a fight against 2 heroes, but just took too much damage. And unless he gets healed up, I don't think that Loops is trying to look for a fight here. Oh, Arlie! Move the damage from Arlie. Absolutely insane damage. Yep, and here Mankey trying to back away. Oh, Dharma! Ashin gets a kill onto Xere. That's exactly what they need, but he pays with his life. Tempest is just too strong at the moment. Here, Xere and Jay are taking a lot of damage. Oh no, it's D'Angela that was taking a lot of damage from the Mai, but 1-for-1 trade so far. I mean, Asing has been holding things down here for Impunity so far, but is it too late?
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds, that's almost like an eternity at this stage. I mean, it's 17 minutes in. Loop's still figuring out ways to just take all the objectives. His net worth lead, yeah, it's only 4K. I mean, kind of getting to the point where, you know, everybody's kind of 6-slotted at this point, so not the worst thing in the world, but again, Impunity need to figure out some way to get some sort of pick-off. Turn a fight from a 5-versus-5 to a 5-versus-4, you had that advantage, and this Overlord's going to be pretty massive in terms of just how things are gone. Megumi gets run at, he's going to be knocked up, they've got fights throughout. The Blazing Brilliance does have the damage, and Tempest gets bursted down, and that might have been that window of opportunity.
Yeah, that's an absolutely huge kill. That's the second strongest hero on the side of Loops already down. At this point, the Dun is mainly just as an immediate shield and as crowd controller. He's the utility hero for now. They really need a lane to be the ones threatening the backlines, but this is a dangerous situation right now for Loops. They will lose the Overlord, and the creep waves are going to be fixed here from the side of Impunity. That gives Impunity a shot back in this game and in the series.
I mean, it's just all about opportunities. Being able to just have that potential to get back in is a huge issue for Loops. Again, the last game a little bit more boring because there were no opportunities. They were playing much cleaner. We're seeing a more impatient Loops team trying to just force things out. Yes, they have the advantage, and I'm sure that they were like, hey, we just wanted to try to close this out as soon as possible. But Impunity, this is the never say die attitude that they have. They're going to fight this one all the way to the end.
Yeah, and that's because of the situation they are in right now. They are potentially playing their last game of this tournament. So if they lose here, they're out, and that's why they are taking these risks. That's why they feel like they're hungrier and they're playing more cleaner, because their backs are against the wall. They have nothing to lose, and if you're making mistakes against someone like that, a team like that at this moment, you might be punished. Dharma going for the kill, burst it down!
In the combination, Kink is going to be killed. They do have this. The Death at Sunset. Tempest is trying to fight 1 versus 3. He gets the meteor kill onto XiaoLin. He's trying to focus it out. That's life number 1. He's going to come back. Ashing is down. Death at Sunset one more time. Lands it, and Black goes down this time. And it looks like they've turned this around. Loops have found the opening, and Megumi's been killed. And Tempest will take the double kill. XiaoLin now running for his life, trying to keep things alive. Slow it down. Give yourself a chance, as it's 30 more seconds for the rest of the team. Loops, on the other hand, they want to take this one. You talked about the impatience before. This is that opening. They're ahead of the minion wave. XiaoLin is going to miss a couple times. The meteor kill knocks him up. The blazing brilliance one last time. XiaoLin is down. And with that will be the game. And Loops will move on to the semifinals as they take game 3.
Tempest. That play, absolutely huge. Goes straight towards the backline, gets the kill one towards the DNJ. Removes basically half the damage of what Impunity had on the scene, and just demolishing the backline. Secondarily, ultimate keeps him alive, and then he was just able to clean up, set up the win, and what an amazing game there for Loops. Sure, it got a bit messy at the end, but they still got it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they were doing it messy so they can make it the most interesting game, right? We'll give them a chance. We'll let Impunity just have some fun in this. I mean, all jokes aside, we'll figure out what they were really thinking. I know Choo-Choo's going to have some questions for them as they go into the interview coming up. But in a second, it's going to be one last shake, sportsmanship to Impunity. They played a great one, and it's going to be a great series for them. But again, let's find out what Choo-Choo has to say with Loops here.
Welcome back with me on Live on Stage here with your host for the Untitled event, Choo-Choo, and joining me here, none other than our translator, Andrew, alongside with our winner of the last series during the knockout stage, Loops from Brazil. Okay, we're gonna start off the interview with XiaoLin. I think, is it XiaoLin? X-E-R-E.
Como que pronuncia? XiaoLin. Pronuncia XiaoLin.
XiaoLin.
Pronuncia XiaoLin.
Okay. Yes. We got that clear off. Okay, it's XiaoLin. I don't know how it actually XiaoLin, but it's XiaoLin. But XiaoLin. Now, with that Ali, he also played the carry. He plays a hero Ali just now. Why is it so difficult for them to close that last game? What went wrong?
Jogou aí com o Audi, né? Por que foi tão difícil finalizar essa última partida? Qual foi a complicação?
Porque o boneco do cara é muito roubado e ele não me deixa ficar vivo. Ele me vê na tela e me mata. O Dharma. Porque o boneco do cara é muito roubado, se ele me vê na tela ele me mata. Por isso foi difícil.
It was very tricky because they kept taking our spots, so it was just hard for us to get there.
Yeah, I can see nobody actually picking X-Hero at the back. He keeps on giving all those ultimate easily for you guys. But speaking of the next one, I'm going to give it to Mithi. Okay, Mithi, just next to you. Okay. Mithi, we've seen you the first game as the MVP. We don't get a lot of MVP for the support. Now, for all the players of the support playing support role out there, do you have any specific heroes you love to play as a support? And what are the tips and tricks you can tell all the new players out there as that hero?
Você foi MVP na primeira partida, né, com a suporte. Eles querem saber que heróis você gosta de usar aí no suporte e que dica pode dar para os jogadores que querem jogar no suporte.
Bom, o Zhang-Fei é um dos que eu mais gosto de usar. Moze também. E Dolha também é um suporte que eu gosto de usar bastante. É um suporte agressivo. E para o pessoal que está começando agora, eu indico esses suportes mais fáceis de jogar. Moze, a Dolha também. E roubar bastante a jungle do inimigo, que vai ajudar bastante no jogo. Jogar bastante do lado do ADC, ajudar bastante ele crescer, para você ter alguém que dê dano durante a partida. Isso aí é o essencial.
I like to use Zenge and Dolha. I love to use those. I think they're really useful for any beginners who, if they want to focus on this, you just have to continue trying up, make sure you have support so that you can keep expanding and improving your game.
Now that's going to be Hero Dolia for the supports out there if you want to be as good as the pros. Now we're going to shift it over to Abehaga, the captain himself. Yeah, Abehaga. ABH or Abehaga. Now, Abehaga, for the next team that you will have to fight against, it's either LGD or AG. Which one will be your pick and why?
Próxima partida vai ser contra o AG ou LGD? Qual que você quer enfrentar na próxima e por quê?
A gente não tem preferência. Acho que qualquer um que vai vir, a gente vai jogar pra cima, a gente vai amassar qualquer um que vir. Então, não tem que escolher adversário não. A gente só tem que dar o nosso máximo.
We have no preference. We don't choose our opponents. We'll take whatever comes our way and we'll give our best.
Oh wow, they don't really care. LGD or AG, who knows? They will have to fight against London Loops for the next contender. Last but not least, as the captain yourself and represent the entirety of Loop, what do you have to say for the fans, all the Brazilian fans, even all the other fans across the entire world, for your, show them a bit of your support as well?
Uma mensagem aí para os fãs do mundo inteiro, brasileiros e no mundo inteiro.
Acho que a mensagem que eu posso deixar para eles, eu acho que agradecer muito a torcida deles. Acho que hoje também é um dia que a gente jogou mais tarde no Brasil, 9 da manhã. Acho que teve muito mais brasileiro assistindo a gente. Agradecer todo esse carinho, quem faz o esforço de acordar cedo para assistir a gente, que a gente está dando o nosso melhor aqui. E com certeza a gente está trazendo esse resultado que todo brasileiro espera, que é trazendo as vitórias.
We have to thank them, of course, all the time, to thank them for their support. Today was a day that we play a little later, so it was a little easier on the time zone for more people to be able to watch us. But we wanted to thank you, and we look forward to keep making everybody proud.
Yeah, it's gonna be that coming out from Team Loops of Brazil, and it's gonna be good morning for the side of Brazil possibly. But we're gonna wrap things up and toss it back to the caster. Thank you, guys.
It's always great to hear the thoughts of these pro players, especially, after a very convincing victory. I mean, first 2 games, we literally had nothing bad to talk about them, even if we tried. Then game number 3, they decided, hey, let's give these casters something to talk about in game number 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, just impatience, just trying to close it out. I mean, they had a lot of room. I mean, when you have that 2-0 lead, it's one of those things where, like, we can kind of, play a little bit riskier. Yeah, we can mess around and have some fun with it just going into this one. Because you have, again, that 2-game lead, which is pretty sizable. So congratulations to Loops. They're going to move on. And it's going to be interesting to see who they have lined up. Again, we'll find out after tomorrow's matches, because that's going to be the next part of that bracket to see exactly who's going to move on. It'll be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's they don't have, I mean, all these players, all these teams left in this tournament are, very strong, and there's not going to be any easy opponents here. Game number 3 stats. Oof, Tempest with that 10-3-5s, absolutely a beast on the lane.
Yeah.
Anything else that really stands out to you? Mithy with 0 deaths.
Mithy. 009. We expect that of Mithy, right? The Dahlia was his, like, the cooldown reduction, just everything that was potentially there. It helped, Tempest get in and out, had 2 deaths at Sunset, twice in 1 team fight. It was just absolutely crazy. Mithy, again, look at this. The 10k net worth, right? It pretty much ties Kank, on support. And if we're looking at the other side, he had more than Black did as the jungler, right? So not to make, to point him out, but it's a problem when your jungler and your roamer are getting the same net worth.
Absolutely. Actually, Black is the lowest net worth on his entire team, even lower than his support himself. But that's Menki for you. He does fall off towards the late game, doesn't really do much, like no damage, a bit of slows, a bit of tanking the damage himself, but ultimately he doesn't really bring much to the table towards the late game.
Yeah, he needs like the perfect setups, like for the Dream Roams to just kind of connect right into it. I think that they really, again, were very defensive and reactive to what Loops were doing. I felt like they needed a different set of stuns. Ashing, again, was trying to do as much as possible, trying to carry the team at times, getting some good pickoffs, because Loops are somewhat squishier, so he was making plays, but again, it seemed like they weren't really all on the same page, focusing the right heroes when they needed to.
Yeah, it's just, different, like, players having different thoughts or have different ideas of how to take those engagements, causing that disconnect, that dissonance between both these, all of the players in a set of impunity. But hey, I'm happy to see that Angela actually wasn't that bad of a pick.
It was bad. Okay, it did some damage, but again, I don't think it was like the biggest impact. It was better than I expected. I'm gonna give you that, but I still felt like as a last pick, not the most ideal of last picks to go with. But again, this gold graph completely in favor of Loops, right? They did have that throw midway. You see a little bit of a dip here and there, but just a little bit of impatience, and they need to kind of clean those things up, especially if they want to move further in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It probably was just them seeing the victory, but also not really thinking about losing, because, you know, like you said, they have a lot of room for error, and even if they lost that fight, they can always come back in later stages of that game or even the next game themselves. So ultimately, a win is a win for the side of Loops. 3-0. It's a sweep just like the first series of the day, and the MVP of this game, no doubt, it's going to be Tempest on the lane.
Yeah, just so much impact all throughout, forcing it out, making things just super uncomfortable for XiaoLin to kind of get anything going. I mean, this is the power of the lane, right? Just death at sunset wherever you want. Plus, you have the Dahlia to kind of just round you up again one more time. Just tough situation. And Tempest playing it to the T. Like, this is exactly what you want out of your Clash laner. Just being able to do damage and to just put a lot of pressure on the enemy team.
Yeah, lane is basically the better Lubu at this point. You know, deals the damage, survives better. Second ultimate always more impactful. Only thing missing is really just a little bit of more control with the ultimate, but more or less it's the same. You see Async here really trying to pull his team back to a fighting chance, and this was the fight that I thought, you know, hey, Loops is in trouble. They lost 2 heroes at the start, but the Arlie as well as the Elaine was really just able to clean up house here. Yeah, absolutely destroyed.
It's one of those things where you took the T1, you've gotten what you've wanted. Why are you sticking around? Why are you continuing to fight? You know that they have a slight net worth advantage. They have the damage and the items to blow you up. And, you know, it's a situation where you're like, hey, we want a team fight, but we're still not that strong. We need to play a little bit safer. We've gotten what we wanted, which is that mid T1. Great. But we need to back off. We need to regroup and go back at it. We can't be continuing the fights when they're way, you know, out networthing us.
Yeah, adrenaline definitely came and just caused those issues, and this was the last fight here. Huge pick off on towards Kang there, and here this was where it was the Elaine show, so just fighting against 3 heroes by himself while the rest of his team was just finishing off the Dharma, and as the second Death on Sunset really just icing on the cake there. Really great final engagement there, especially from Tempest on the Elaine, and they secure themselves top 4 of the Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Again, they moved on to the semifinals, but they're going to be up against the winner of LGD and, of course, All Gamers Global. That one's going to be coming up tomorrow. And then tomorrow, we're also going to see the winner of Vivo Keyed Stars going up against Kagendra. And the winner of that will be Team Secret, which we saw, again, 3-0 Team Vitality earlier today. A lot of 3-0s, man. I wanted to see a little bit more adversity going into these semifinals. But you know, tomorrow's games will hopefully be much better than today's.
Yeah, we've got a couple of heavy hitters tomorrow as well. I mean, LGD has been on a tear, so has VKS. But their opponents might be able to do something about it in the last stages of the round of 8. And then on, we're going to have the top 4, which is looking very spicy. I mean, Team Secret against Kagendra or VKS is promising to be a very good series already. So is Loops against LGD, or even if they ever face up against All Gamers Global, it's going to be a very interesting matchup as well.
Yeah, I think if LGD and VKS both win out, and then it's only Brazil and Malaysia into it, and then it's going to be only 2 countries going in with the final, 4 squads, and then the grand finals. That would be an amazing thing, I think. I mean, not to take anything away from the other ones. It'll be very interesting, but I think we're going to see exactly how that one plays out. And of course, all of these teams, because they made the knockout stage, they're going to be making it to the Esports World Cup. And congratulations to all of these teams as they move on for more fame, glory, money, all of the above, all the things that you want as the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2, of course. This is, of course, the road to the Esports World Cup, and we've gotten you there, and it's with the top 8.
Absolutely. And all these teams, they have performed, they have been able to play at their best because of the Infinix GT20 Pro. They have all been playing on that mobile, and like I said earlier, it has that mecha loop LED design. It lights up every time you destroy an enemy in game. So how cool is that? Right? Experience a gaming performance like no other with the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, so in my games, it would like light up like once every other game. That's usually sad life. It's a cool feature. All right, and also the Yao just came out. Latest jungle fighter, very fun to play. The Shining Star, it's available in the app, in the game itself, Honor of Kings. Please do download it, give it a shot. You'll see exactly how much outplay potential you have with this hero. I'm kind of not looking forward to my ranked games going up against a really good Yao, because you can pretty much style on other players. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those heroes you want to have in your roster. It's a fun hero to play, play with as well. So very good. One of those heroes that perform very well in a team-based matchup, and I can't wait for it to be able to be played in the competitive scene as well. So, yeah, definitely check, get that hero if you want. Even if you don't, you gotta learn that hero to play against it in the ranked ladder.
Definitely. And it's going to be, I mean, you were talking about how it's fun to play. It's also fun to play with, but you didn't mention playing against. And I haven't seen it too many times yet, so I haven't really seen it. But I'm scared at this point, right? I don't want to face it. I think it could be potentially just destroy me and focus me down and make me all sad inside.
A good Yao is annoying. The most annoying thing you could ever imagine. He's just sliding left, sliding right. You're trying to keep an eye on it while you're controlling your hero itself, and you're looking at so many different things. It's just, it causes chaos, and we don't have enough of those jungle heroes that causes chaos. I mean, you've got Luna, you've got Jing, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to open more doors, right? I think
absolutely.
The potential opportunities and the options, I think, is actually quite huge. It'll make it way more dynamic. And but yeah, it's one of those things where at the highest level, seeing some sort of styling on that you can do, I think there's going to be a lot of creativity going in moving forward. Yeah.
Flexibility as well. It's as more and more heroes get introduced to the Hero's Gorge, that's where the game gets more and more interesting, right? We only have 14 marksmen now. We gotta bring in all the other ones in, because the marksman pool is pretty stale at this point.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, are you a farm laner? Like, what do you mainly play? What's your role?
I'm versatile. I just don't like playing Clash. Clash is like my least experienced lane.
Okay. Yeah, I usually farm or roam. But yeah, depending on who I'm playing with. So yeah, cool, good stuff. Nice to know that you're versatile and you're very good at this game and all facets of it. So it'll be interesting, even moving forward. Are you going to sign up for the S2 Invitational, the open?
Open series.
Open
I'm a little bit too old to compete with all these prodigies, these young guns out there. I'm more than happy to just watch them succeed, because that's esports. You gotta bring up the next generation, and they'll bring up the next, and it's just an ongoing thing, and that's what makes esports so interesting as well. Even in Honor of Kings, people are pulling each other up and making sure that they celebrate the wins.
Okay. All right. Well, let's check out tomorrow's schedule. A whole bunch of games will be coming at you. It's going to be LGD versus All Gamers Global. It's going to be 5 p.m. plus 8 GMT. And then the second series will be Vivo Keyed Stars versus Kagendra. That's going to be happening potentially 7:40, but we'll see how the timing of that first series goes. Unfortunately, this is going to be my last cast for the S2 Invitational, and this is one of those things where Zero, Kindofu, and of course Blam will be taking over, and they'll take you to the rest of it, as well as the grand finals. I'm curious to see which one is going to come out the victors, and I'm looking at either Malaysia or Brazil, but I'm thinking Malaysia at this point.
Yeah,
Zero?
I mean, the top four can go either way. It could be an all Brazilian matchup, it could be an all Malaysian matchup, or it could be Malaysia versus Brazil in the finals, which all three storylines sound pretty good to me. I mean, those are very spicy matchups.
Yeah. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's still other games. All Gamers Global, of course, is still out there. They want to make their name known. You were talking about them being a community team, and they have a lot of potential. Are they able to kind of fly with LGD? That's going to be the biggest storyline, right? Is LGD just like this juggernaut where they destroy teams in under 8 minutes? Or is it going to be, you know, are we going to see some weaknesses, right? Are we going to see some potential gaps in their play? We saw some today, and even in loops. But we're going to have to find out. That's going to be an interesting series.
Yep.
But all of them coming up to this one. We've got 6 teams left. Let's see who's the best.
Yep, the top 4 will be finalized and decided tomorrow in the second round of the round of 8. So that's going to be definitely something you don't want to miss. You know, Holler, it's been great having you here. I'm sure I speak for all the audience. Thank you for being able to, you know, just make everyone happy with your presence.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll sign out and we'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. Sound of the rain. No.